also offer opportunities for tourism.
Even pode ser muito bem aproveitado tanto pelo homem assim como pela mulher.
And I think that can be very well regarding
a indústria extrativa e investimento direto estrangeiro.
the extractive industries and the
Foreign direct investment.
foreign direct investment.
O que significa que temos que olhar para o treinamento de mão de obra intensiva.
Which means that we must look at the training of labor intensive manufacturing.
Se quisermos aproveitar as oportunidades que existem.
If we want to take advantage of the space that we have.
Precisamos de falar sobre a inclusão financeira.
We have to discuss on financial inclusion
Uma perspectiva diferente.
In a different perspective.
Não creio que seja apenas literacia financeira.
Because I don't believe that it's only financial literacy.
Mas a questão é como é que podemos ter acesso a serviços financeiros que possam ser sustentáveis.
But the issue is how can we have access to credits and affordable financial service?
Fala-se bastante em associativismo de negócios.
Business association is something that is also very discussed.
Mas ainda temos poucas associações de mulheres.
But we still have few women's associations.
Então, a questão é como é que nós criamos um ambiente em que as associações de mulheres possam ser financiadas.
So the question is, how can we create an environment for women where this association can be generated?
Falar sobre inclusão de gênero. Falar sobre inclusão de gênero.
So talking about gender inclusion
não significa ter Ministério de Gênero à parte.
does not mean having the ministry of gender.
Mas significa que o gênero tem que estar nas políticas setoriais todas.
It means that it must be in all the sectorial policies, all of them.
Portanto, quando falamos em treinamento de mão de obra,
So we talk about training and labor.
não estamos a pensar que vamos criar outras instituições paralelas.
We're not saying that we are going to create other parallel
Nós
institutions,
podemos usar as instituições que já existem.
but we can use the institutions that already exist.
O IFPLAC, por exemplo, que está no governo,
Like, for example, is one the government.
está vocacionada a dar treinamentos vocacionais.
It's
A questão é como é que aproveitamos melhor a capacidade de falar.
So the question is, how can we take advantage or a good advantage of IFPLAC?
Mesmo sendo o IFPLAC fraco, nossa expressão,
Even being weak,
nós podemos ainda assim usá-lo melhor.
we can still use it in a better way.
Portanto, quais são então os pontos de entrada que nós temos para engajarmos com a diáspora?
So what are the possible entry points for developing in the diaspora?
Eu vejo alguns.
I see some.
Por exemplo, no que tens a cadeias de valor agrícolas,
For example, regarding the agricultural value chain,
eu penso que nós precisamos ter uma uma estratégia internacional de género.
I think we should have a gender national strategy.
Vale a pena fazer lobby para isso.
It's important to do a lobby for that.
Em termos de género em cada dos setores.
And having gender in each sector.
Por outro lado,
on the other hand,
seria interessante também introduzir uma orçamentação no género e nos jovens.
It would also be important to introduce a gender-based budgeting.
Porque os orçamentos que são feitos a nível dos municípios ou dos governos,
because the budgeting that is done in municipalities and the government,
refere-se a X número de pessoas apenas.
They refer to an X number of sectors only.
Nunca dizem quantas mulheres ou quantos homens.
They never say how many women or how many men.
Mas quando pretendem reportar,
but when they want to report,
aí já tentam dizer quantas mulheres.
That's when they want to say how many women are there.
Por outro lado,
on the other hand,
penso que seria interessante envolver ministérios como a agricultura.
I think it is important to involve ministries like agriculture
para que possam providenciar treinamentos
to provide training
em relação à literacia financeira
in financial literacy
e também ao acesso a crédito
and also access to credit
para a agricultura.
for agriculture.
É verdade que isto tem que ser feito pelo Ministério das Finanças.
That should be done by the Ministry of Finance.
No que tange à inclusão financeira,
regarding financial inclusion,
eu penso que é importante também desenvolver parcerias com bancos comerciais.
I think it's also important to develop partnerships with central banks
para viabilizar linhas de crédito que são sustentáveis.
To support credit access that are sustainable.
Por exemplo, atualmente a Prime está, se calhar, a 23 a 24%. Numa pessoa.
Currently, the prime is around 23 or 24%.
E os bancos ficam com dificuldades até de definir a spread. Bancos comerciais.
And the banks have difficulties in defining the.
E porque a agricultura, por exemplo, é um setor de risco, se quisermos dar um exemplo.
Agriculture is a sector of risk.
É muito difícil aceder a fundos nas condições atuais.
It's also very difficult to have access to funds in actual conditions.
Por outro lado,
on the other hand,
seria muito interessante que trabalhássemos também com o Banco Central.
It would be very interesting if we work with the central bank
e com o Ministério da Economia e Finanças
and with the Ministry of Economy and Finance
para explorar e estabelecer esquema de microfinanças
to explore and establish a system of microfinance
para que vendedores de ouro, por exemplo, possam ter acesso a crédito.
Which can allow the market vendors to join access credit. Access to credit.
No que tange ao desenvolvimento empresarial,
regarding business development,
vale a pena apoiar a TAI e outras associações.
It would be important to support CTA and other business associations
para estabelecer programas de apoio às associações de mulheres.
To establish programs that will drive the association. The youth programs
devem ser orientados pelo mercado.
Should be oriented by or should be driven by the market.
Não só criar jovens para treinar.
And not just train young people by training them.
Também é importante, à medida que vamos implementando,
it's also important as we are implementing,
possamos fazer também algumas pesquisas para sustentarmos as nossas decisões.
To develop research so that we can sustain some decisions.
E tocarmos informação, por exemplo, com a diáspora.
And exchange information, for example, with the diaspora.
Para aprender melhor com eles.
To learn better with them.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Questions after.
Your questions.
I guess we can have time maybe for 2 or 3 questions, so then we can get into the next session.
Temos tempo somente para 2 ou 3 perguntas, para depois passar para a sessão.
Okay. Mhm. Thank you, Mr. Situate. Excuse me. You do? Mm-mm.
So maybe you just rushed with us. These are youths, and what you presented is an experience, the perspectives that you have gained in Mozambique, and how you feel it should be approached in integrating good youths in the process of economic development. Do you think that from your presentation, it seems you are saying we should provide what we call proximity support systems? We should instead get in providing proximity support for women, youth projects, holding their hands and taking them further. Do you think that many youths here, apart from, because everything you presented there, you showed a little bit of TEVET institutions in Mozambique. What is the tendency? Are more young people willing to go for entrepreneurship instead of having PhDs, a master's, spending 17 years in education, 20 years in education, and go back home and has no job? Or do you think there is a paradigm shift that most of these young people and parents are willing to make sure that the kids are creating businesses after a bachelor's degree, or and also go to technical and vocational educational training institutions? Do you see a paradigm shift of everybody still searching for master's degree, taking hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to Portugal, to Brazil, all around? Are you seeing a change, or we are still in the old paradigm?
Qual é o seu ponto de vista sobre a questão
Na verdade, há uma mudança de paradigma. Há cada vez mais uma preocupação crescente das famílias moçambicanas em querer que os seus filhos possam saber fazer, possam aprender e possam saber fazer, porque o contexto do país obriga a isso. Por outro lado, as zonas urbanas, há uma preocupação em completar níveis, em ter naturalmente os mestrados, ter um doutoramento e por aí fora. Mas há uma grande crescente preocupação em ter jovens que possam cada vez mais saber fazer e aproveitar as oportunidades que existem. Esta é uma questão. A segunda questão, também noto que não só saber fazer para se tornarem empregáveis, mas é saber fazer para começar seus próprios negócios. Portanto, há uma mudança de paradigma. So the answer is yes, there's a change in terms of
Perspective.
of the status.
Okay.
Thank you. Wonderful. Okay.
All right, keep the clapping going, keep clapping. I guess we actually need the camera to step out of the circle. Oh, that's a great shot, all the way around. Let the circle be unbroken. If you can step, Mr. Cameraman, out of the circle. Oh, we don't need this. I mean, this looks nice for the pictures, but the picture is over. You can hear me, right?
But
Okay.
at home,
Can you hear me at home?
because it'll only be on this mic.
No?
You have to be on the microphone.
How do we know? Is anybody there?
You got that there.
You have to take the microphone.
We can hear you.
Oh, great.
Is
You
it-
can hear me right now?
Yes, we can hear you right now.
Oh, thank you, Sipway. I appreciate you. You're so
You're
engaged.
welcome.
You need the mic.
Give it to us.
Okay, give it to me. No, I don't, you don't want to ask for it. Okay, so I'm gonna let Mugisha take over. Everybody stand up. I know that part he's gonna need. Put down your book.
And, okay, hello, everyone.
Hello.
So before you stand up,
Please turn the camera back on.
You want to get the camera on?
whatever configuration you had before, it was working. We could hear clearly and we could see the grand circle.
But the camera is off.
No, put it on.
Oh,
And
there
it
it
has
is.
just returned.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Very good.
So, are we okay, everyone?
Yes.
So, my name is Mugisha Ali Alan, and I am a healing artist. Usually with programs like this, I encourage vitality through movement and mindfulness. So you've been seated for a long time since yesterday, and even today. So let's see if we can give some life to your joints, your ligaments, your tendons. So just come to sit down.
You say it now in Mozambique Portuguese. Oh, well, you should repeat it, so. he
We
can
have our
say it.
translator. Our translator's there.
Yeah, but he's the leader of our session.
Okay, I'll try.
Yes, you need it even more than us. We saw your presentation. Step inside the circle with us.
Okay,
Repeat it one more time.
again. So my name's Mugisha Ali Alan, all the way from Uganda.
Meu nome é Mugisha e sou do Uganda
And I am a healing artist.
e sou healing artist.
I am a healing artist.
Healing. Eu sou um artista de cura, é assim como se diz.
And so I teach yoga,
Eu ensino yoga.
and I am a Thai yoga masseuse. I do Thai yoga massage.
Ok. Eu faço yoga com massagem.
So that's how you people call it. But in the language of what I do, it's called the liberation bodywork. The liberation bodywork.
Então, o que eu faço chama-se trabalho do corpo deliberado.
And before we start, so you've been seated since yesterday.
Antes de começarmos, vocês estavam todos sentados desde ontem.
And so today I want us to give some life to your joints, to your ligaments, to your tendons.
Nós queremos dar vida às vossas vidas, às vossas articulações, tendões.
And so that's when we shall get a little bit into your muscles.
É por isso que vamos entrar um pouco para os vossos músculos.
And so I want to make sure that at least the last curve of your body, that's your smile, that it is worked out.
Por isso que eu tenho certeza de que pelo menos o vosso sorriso está bem trabalhado.
Okay, so come to sitting.
Agora podemos sentar.
Okay, so where we are, we're just going to start with a few tips. So these are tips you can take back home when you are in your office or when you wake up from bed.
Essas são dicas que podem fazer quando estão em casa, ou no escritório, ou quando acabam de acordar.
So if you are wearing a dress or a skirt, do the needful.
Então, se tem uma saia ou vestido,
Nothing new I'm going to do, just I'm going to remind you.
nada que vou fazer novo, só vou vos recordar.
This is the African way of living.
Esta é a forma africana de viver.
We remind each other of the ancient traditions that have kept us going over the ages.
Recordarmos-nos sobre as práticas ancestrais que nos mantiveram ou que fizeram com que nós andássemos ao longo dos tempos.
I didn't tell you what kind of yoga I do, but I am specific with the African traditional yoga.
Eu tenho especificidade de yoga tradicional africano.
Because in the traditional ways of living, since way back then, they were encouraging vitality and good health. Since way back then. Good health and vitality.
Porque desde os tempos passados sempre encorajou-se atividades de vitalidade.
And we were adding more health to the life and more life to the health.
Então adicionamos mais vitalidade para a vida e mais vida para a vitalidade.
Okay, so we shall start with the sitting. We are going to start opening the hips. So we start with this one.
Então vamos começar dessa forma que eu vou explicar.
But if your skirt doesn't allow, you make it your time.
Se não permitir, faça da forma que eu vou fazer agora.
So So in this moment, you can feel your hips really opening. Yes, and it's really challenging. If it really gets challenged, that means there's not been mobility in those joints for a long time. It is very bad not to have mobility in a joint that was made to move. Okay, good. So if you are here, you're good.
Então, se você está aqui, está tudo bem.
But you can do better if the flexibility allows.
Mas você pode fazer melhor se a flexibilidade permitir.
But stay where you are, where you feel comfortable. We're just trying to make sure that you've been sitting for a long time, and then if you remember in COVID, they said immobility is even deadlier than COVID. When during the COVID times, they used to say, if you do not move your body, it is even more worse than the disease than the virus of COVID.
Durante o tempo de Covid, diziam que se você fica durante muito tempo sem se movimentar, é ainda pior do que a própria Covid.
Yes, so your body needs to get what it needs to get.
Então, o teu corpo precisa ter o que precisa ter.
Okay, so all of us will come here.
Então, nós todos.
So no one is leaning up. No one is leaning.
Ninguém pode.
Yes, we need to give life to your spine.
Deus dá vida à coluna.
Yes, see, we are stretching already, huh?
Já estamos a alongar.
So when you're in your office at work, you don't need to go out to run in order to work out. Everything you need is already there. Like they said, everything we desire, everything we want in the African continent, it has always been there. We just have not taken time to tap into our unlimited potential.
Então, se você está no seu escritório, não precisa sair para correr, para poder exercitar. Tudo que você precisa está aí consigo, aqui, as condições africanas já nos possibilitaram a termos tudo conosco.
Yeah, many people even exaggerate. He's already doing it. The shaking.
Algumas pessoas exageram, acho que.
So there is blood circulation going on. Good. And we change. So remember, sides are not the same. So sometimes when it is too tight, some people even go an extra mile when they're listening. And so the stretch, when you put your elbow to the knee, stretch goes to the hip. So some people even do this when they're listening. So nothing is new, like I said. You guys do this all the time.
Não, nada que eu fazer é novo. Vocês sempre fazem isso muitas vezes quando nós paramos a música, colocam o cotovelo aqui e a mão no queixo.
So you do this every time, maybe when you're in meetings, when you're listening to someone. And in this process, you're bringing what we call mindfulness.
Você sempre faz isso, às vezes quando escuta música e quando está outra coisa. E esse processo chama-se plenitude da mente.
Good. So feel free to take it even further if you have space.
Então, sinta-se à vontade para fazer, pegar um pouco mais de espaço.
Someone said at least 1 is better than 0. When we start counting, we start from 0. And then we do 1. Even a trial does good.
So try.
Try.
Bro,
I invite you to try.
stretching the one on the floor. Make it like that.
Yes.
No, it's not because
Yes.
I can't. I operated this way. That's
No.
why I'm.
It's okay. Like, can you cross?
Like this? That's good. It's a 0 already. So we start counting from 0 and then count 1. Okay. So don't lean against the back. Keep your spine straight. So with this practice, we say the flexibility of the spine
Quando fala que nós temos a flexibilidade da espinha,
is your youthfulness.
é a sua juventude.
We never count years.
Nunca contamos anos.
And that's why we say aging is a natural phenomenon.
Por isso nós dizemos que envelhecer é fenômeno natural.
But growing old is a choice.
Mas envelhecer também é uma escolha.
So no one can stop themselves from getting to 30, 31, 25. The years keep going. It's normal.
Ninguém controla isso de passar de 31, 32, 21. É normal, natural.
But you growing old, you choose to.
Mas tornar-se velho, você
You
escolhe.
can choose to stay younger or choose to grow old. It's up to you.
Você pode escolher
What you do determines.
ou ser velho, você escolhe.
Okay, release. How does it feel? Come to standing. Check. Nice. Nice, everyone. So hands together. Stretch them out. Good. So we're getting into the joints inside your fingers, your wrists, your shoulders, your elbows, up to your spine. Feel those ribs opening. There are two actions happening. There's compression and tension. And just come to your toes if you have space.
Fique de porta dos pés.
And come down. And release. Check. Yeah. Like, this is what really happens. So every day you need to get your heart rate, raise your heart rate. It doesn't matter even if it happens for 5 minutes. And this helps the blood circulation to be really good
Isso ajuda a circulação do sangue a ser boa
and keeps your heart healthy.
e mantém o seu coração saudável.
And the breathing gets you to expand your breathing capacity of your lungs.
E ajuda a manter ou a estender a capacidade
And
dos seus pulmões.
sometimes you can even hold if it's getting challenging, get balanced.
Também pode pegar alguma coisa, deixar viva a seu equilíbrio.
Nice. Okay, everyone. Shoulders. 2,
Agora os ombros.
3, 4. Breathe. 5. And reverse. You breathe in and breathe out. Breathing in and out. Last inhale and exhale. Nice. You know one thing I love about being African? You don't know, let me tell you. Is because Africans have rhythm. It's the best thing that has ever happened to me.
Uma coisa que eu gosto dos africanos é que eles têm ritmo.
So thumbs
Então,
and do this. Fingers together. But these are
Dedos
off, the
juntos.
thumbs are off.
os dedos juntos e
Just put them around here. We're stimulating pressure points. Thumbs are up. You already have a big stretch in your hands. And circles. 1, 2, nice. 3, good. 4 and 5. Reverse it. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. I told you, this is the best thing that has ever happened to us. Being African. So cute. Tell it to a Mzungu, my friend. You will see the music. Grab
around your ribs, just around your, how is this bone called? That one. English is not my first language. Okay, and 1, and 2. They look similar, but it's totally different. 4, and 5. Change. 1, and 2. Remember to stay breathing. 3, 4, and 5. Release. That's what works. So I know many people have had their kids do this,
Eu sei que pessoas têm as crianças a fazer isto.
and you don't know how strong it is, but here you are, you're about to find out.
Não sabem o quão forte é, mas estão aqui para descobrir.
We are going to see.
So you have your whole hips stretching, and your hamstrings, and your Achilles. So I'll do the demonstration. So these are the hips, and these are the hamstrings, stretching from here to here, this whole place, and the Achilles is this one, this. So just one side stretches the whole space towards the Achilles. So let's go. So you see, hold it and change. And I know you guys are happy when your kids are doing this. Yeah, baby, go baby, go baby. But you don't know what they're doing. So literally kids know how to heal themselves. And this workshop, you know how I call it? I call it Heal My Inner Child. 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Nice. So just parallel feet, and this is also how your kids dance a bit. Just this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Nice. Hug yourself. A tight hug. You know, I know many people love being hugged. What about hugging yourself this time around? This love that you give so much to people. How about you? How about it? Lift elbows high now. Let's make it a little bit of a workout. That's a stretch on your shoulders. And when I was starting the class, I told you nothing is new. You've been doing all these things all the time. Another hug, a tight one. So lift. And release. So outside your body, you have what we call, the Chinese call them meridians, the yogis call them nadis, people who speak English call them energy points, energy pathways, and some other people call them the pressure points. These connect with your internal organs. So what happens if you don't move that body, you're getting stagnant energy inside yourself. So the best way to release is to be moving. Literally every day you have to move.
A melhor forma de liberar é estar sempre em movimento.
And so if you are talking about rebuilding an Africa in a beautiful way, you gotta be really healthy. Because
Vocês estão falando sobre ficar a África de uma forma bonita, então vocês devem estar mesmo saudáveis.
Because a healthy nation starts with healthy people, because we build the nation.
Porque uma nação saudável começa com pessoas saudáveis, nós construímos a nação.
And thank you very much. My name is Amogisha Ali Allen, and I'm representing for the Teaching Artist Institute. Culture is the new currency.
Obrigado, eu sou o nome que eu disse e represento a instituição que está acontecendo.
And how old are you when you just?
I am 29 years.
You can rejoin your circle. Just to recap, I want you guys to know that we're teaching economics right now.
Só para recapitular, quero que vocês entendam que estamos a ensinar economia agora.
You saw the presentation earlier.
Vocês viram a apresentação?
We're teaching just the same concepts,
Estamos a ensinar os mesmos conceitos,
but we just teach a little differently.
mas estamos a ensinar de formas diferentes.
First, from what we just learned, we want you to remember one thing. Aging is permanent, it is natural, getting old is a choice.
Só pelo que nós fizemos aqui, quero que aprendam ou se recordem que aprendemos que envelhecer é um processo natural, mas tornar-se velho é uma escolha.
Everybody repeat after me, mindset shift.
Todos repitamos mindset shift.
Mindset shift.
You can say it in Portuguese,
É mudança de mentalidade.
all right?
Mudança de mentalidade.
And is there one African language from Mozambique? Please, let me hear the voice of my ancestors.
Podemos ouvir uma língua local de Moçambique.
One African language spoken in Mozambique.
Uma língua africana falada em Moçambique.
Is there not one of you that speaks an indigenous language?
Mudança de mentalidade.
Language defines our reality.
Línguas definem a nossa realidade.
What thoughts do you think without the words inside your mind?
É como podemos pensar sem as palavras na mente.
Your body also speaks.
O seu corpo também fala.
That's why we started with physical movement. You can take your seat. Now we're going to play a game.
É por isso que começamos com movimentos físicos, podemos sentar, agora vamos fazer um jogo.
Today we're talking about the youth voice. Youth voices of the future.
Hoje estamos a falar sobre as vozes dos jovens do futuro.
But we understand in the Teaching Artists Institute the ancient future.
Mas nós entendemos através do Instituto de Artistas
Tomorrow, ancient future.
about o futuro ancestral.
Back to the future.
De volta ao futuro.
Yes, that is how we will understand what is tomorrow, by understanding what happened yesterday.
É assim como vamos entender o nosso amanhã, entender primeiro o que aconteceu ontem.
By building now,
Começando por edificar agora,
with youth and elders.
com os jovens e os mais velhos.
So at this time, I want to introduce our panel. Notice that we are in a circle for a reason.
Agora eu quero apresentar o nosso painel. Recordo que estamos aqui num círculo por uma razão.
Let the circle be unbroken.
Não deixem com que o círculo se quebre.
This panel represents the circle of life.
Este painel representa o ciclo da vida.
Youth and elders.
Jovens e velhos.
We're going to start by allowing them to introduce themselves. Then we're going to talk about some definitions. We want to make sure language is very important, that we're speaking the same language.
Vamos permitir com que eles se apresentem. Eles vão trazer algumas definições. Não se apresentem?
We want to make sure that we're speaking the same language
Queremos ter certeza que estamos a falar a mesma língua.
because we have the same definition.
Porque temos a mesma definição.
And I want to give you all permission to create language today.
Eu quero dar-vos a permissão todos de criar línguas hoje.
We need to make sure we maintain and honor traditions.
Nós temos que garantir que mantemos a nossa própria tradição
And make sure that we make new traditions today.
e também garantir que passamos ou construímos novas tradições hoje.
Everybody say culture is the new currency. We'll talk about what that means.
A cultura é a nova moeda.
No, your language now, the African one. You think about it, we'll wait.
Ou qualquer outro dialeto, qualquer outro dialeto. Pode ser xangana, pode ser mapua, qualquer
Xangana.
Mas ele pode dizer sim, Antônio.
Cultura era como é.
A cultura e moeda lá em Wine.
That even sounded like the right thing. Perfect. If you don't learn anything else from this session, when we say culture is the new currency, we're talking about your culture.
Quando falamos que a cultura é nova moeda, estamos a falar sobre a vossa própria cultura.
Your identity is what is most valuable.
A sua identidade é o que vale mais.
And once you understand your identity, your voice will manifest itself.
E quando você entender a sua identidade, a sua voz vai se manifestar.
All right, back to the future. I'm going to pass the mic.
Ok, de volta ao futuro, vou passar o microfone.
You hold on. So I'm going to pass the mic because she's going to be first to introduce herself. But before we do, we're going to play a game. We talked about mindset shift.
Vou passar o microfone porque ela vai ser a primeira a se apresentar, mas antes disso vamos fazer o pequeno jogo, falamos sobre a mudança de mentalidade.
I want you to forget everything you've ever known about how you're supposed to learn, what a classroom looks like, and how you're supposed to make money to sustain yourself.
Ok, eu quero que vocês esqueçam um pouco sobre o que devem aprender, ou qual é a aparência, ou como é que deve ser uma sala, ou como também é que devem trabalhar para se sustentar.
Everybody in this room, do they have money?
Alguém tem dinheiro? Alguém tem dinheiro?
Nothing means, nothing from nothing is nothing.
Nada de nada é nada.
Do you have anything of value? Anything at all?
Alguma coisa de valor? Qualquer coisa de valor.
All right, whatever it is of value, just put it in the middle.
Qualquer coisa que tenha valor, coloca aqui no meio.
Yes, money, value, whatever is of value, just come, put it in the circle. What do you have? Surely a
I have my life as a
man.
value.
Oh, well, you stand in the circle. What is it? Money, where's your money? Put it in the circle now. She has money, he has money. This
Okay.
big king here, where's your money? Yes, put your money into the circle. Put it down, king. You translator, what do you have of value?
Take a phone.
Money. That's $1. Yes, surely. Phones, where are these dollars? You give it what you put in. Know that.
The king said that I'm.
You are the value.
Yes.
So you sit there. Where, I want money. That's right. Dollars, phones, bracelets, credit cards. All right, we're gonna play a game. Oh, well, look at this. Okay. You ready to translate? This game is called Hands Up.
Esse jogo chama-se mãos para cima.
Mugisha, he said that you are the rhythm people. Say, we are the rhythm people.
We are the rhythm people.
Oh, that sounded nice. Maybe you are. We'll see. So I'm gonna play a game. This is a game about memory.
Esse é um jogo sobre memória.
Remember that you get to age naturally. You don't have to choose that. But growing old is a choice.
Lembra-se que você envelhece por um processo natural, mas tornar-se velho é uma escolha.
We as a community have collective amnesia.
Nós, como uma comunidade, temos uma amnésia coletiva.
We have forgotten ourselves.
Nós esquecemos de nós mesmos.
So we're gonna play a game about memory.
Vamos fazer um jogo de memória,
When your mind remembers you are young forever.
em que atualmente se recorda que você é jovem para sempre.
All right. I'm gonna ask you to play a game called Hands Up 99. We're gonna name a group of colors, one apiece, but no repeats. Nice and slow, here we go. We're gonna play a game. It's Hands Up 99.
O jogo chama-se Mãos para Cima 99.
I'm gonna name a group of colors,
Vou nomear grupo de cores.
one apiece and no repeats.
Uma de parte e outra sem parte.
Nice and slow, here we go. We're gonna do a sample, but I need you all to follow after me.
Vamos fazer uma demonstração.
Hands up 99. We're gonna name a group of colors. Group of colors. A group of colors. One apiece, but no repeat. Nice and slow. Here we go. Starting with Mukisha.
Blue. Yellow. Red.
Indigo,
White.
purple,
Green.
Black.
Young people, they keep up with the time.
Os jovens mantêm tem noção do tempo.
Anything that is stagnant and still, it dies.
Qualquer coisa que seja estagnada e estagnada morre.
It is the learner that inherits the future.
É o aprendiz que herda o futuro.
The learned usually find them that no longer exist.
Aquele que aprende sempre encontra-se numa apto para aprender sobre algo que já não existe.
So you are out.
Você está
Because you can't keep up with us.
você não pode se manter conosco.
Yes.
Tá bom.
So we're gonna go again. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Hands up. 99. I'm gonna name my African country. I'm gonna name my African country. One apiece, and no repeat. Nice and slow. Here we go. Starting with House King.
Nigeria.
Ghana,
Mozambique.
Zambia,
Algeria, Rwanda, Lesotho,
Botswana,
Morocco.
Cameroon.
Ah, you're out.
I said Cameroon.
One apiece, and no repeat. Information is still power.
a informação ainda é do dele.
0 plus anything is still 0.
Zero mais alguma coisa é zero.
What you don't know, you don't know.
O que você não sabe, não sabe.
But it will still be the source of your downfall.
Mas ainda será a fonte da sua queda.
We could have never known the insidiousness of the Europeans when they came to Africa.
Nós podíamos não ter sabido
The hate, the malice,
a maldade dos europeus quando eles vieram para cá.
or the desperation
Ou o desespero deles
for survival.
pela sobrevivência.
In Africa, young people, like babies, they feel inside that we have everything we need.
Na África, pessoas novas ou jovens, como bebês, eles sabem por dentro delas que tem tudo o que precisam.
We may not get what we want when we want it,
Podemos não ter o que nós queremos quando queremos,
but when we look around our environment, we see the trees, plenty. We see the water, plenty. The air, clean and plenty.
nós quando olhamos para a volta, nós vemos as plantas, muitas águas e o ar limpo.
I was in Lusaka, Zambia.
Eu estive em Lusaka, na Zâmbia.
I was in a cab. I was born in West Baltimore in the United States,
Eu nasci em Baltimore, nos Estados Unidos.
but I was visiting Lusaka, Zambia.
Eu estava a visitar Lusaka, na Zâmbia.
And we were driving down the street,
E estava a conduzir numa
and
estrada.
I saw mango trees on both sides.
E eu via árvores de manga em ambos os lugares, os lados.
And I said, this is beautiful.
Eu,
Who owns this property?
eu disse, isso é muito bonito. Quem é o dono destas propriedades?
And the driver started laughing at me.
E o motorista começou a rir de mim.
They laughed and laughed, and eventually they stopped, caught their breath, and they said, Miss, nobody owns it. It just grows that way.
Eles riram-se até perder o fôlego, depois pararam e disseram assim, ninguém é dono disso, somente cresceu em instantes.
Because in my mind, being from Baltimore, surely something this nice, somebody must own it. It must belong to somebody.
Porque na minha mente, sendo de Baltimore, na minha mente, isso aqui deveria pertencer a alguém.
It's because there's still a lot of European in my mindset and thinking.
Porque ainda há muito pensamento típico europeu na minha mente.
In Europe, you have to remember, you still find African children. Black women are the mother of all races.
As mulheres africanas ou negras são as mães de todas as raças.
But these Europeans migrated out of Africa
Mas eles migraram para fora de África,
to an environment that grows nothing.
para ambiente onde não cresce nada.
The Iceman. Ice. Yes. Nothing grows. The environment gives you nothing. It affects your mindset.
Nada cresce, o ambiente não te dá nada, isso afeta o ambiente, a tua mente.
If you want to eat, it may be your brother beside you who dies from the cold.
Talvez teu irmão morreu frio.
This creates in your mindset scarcity, the concept of scarcity.
Isso cria na sua mente a mentalidade da falta.
And so you create systems in an environment that produce nothing, that gives you nothing, like capitalism.
E você cria sistema num ambiente em que não te dá nada, como o capitalismo, por exemplo.
That there is not enough, an inherent sense that there is not enough for us to survive.
E isso não é suficiente para nós para sobreviver.
As a result, you find now Europeans from Europe that go around the world and continually take all of its resources.
E como resultado você encontra agora europeus que saem para fora e começam a saquear os recursos.
But the gift of the African is the land of plenty.
Mas o dom da África é a terra de abundância.
Africa we need when we reclaim it.
A África tem tudo que nós precisamos de reclamar.
But we have to understand and value what we have.
Mas temos que perceber e dar valor ao que temos.
So today we have two winners.
Então, hoje temos dois vencedores.
Mugisha, first, give out fanny packs to everybody. So clap for yourself. You all win the game because in order to win the game, the first thing you have to do is play.
Todos ganharam o jogo, porque para ganhar o jogo, a primeira coisa que tem que fazer é jogar.
And because you play, you are now able to, you have to position yourself for progress.
Porque agora todos jogaram, então foram capazes de vencer e se posicionar para o progresso.
So thank you for being in the room today.
E muito obrigado por estarem aqui.
The next winner, after all of you, is the loser. Raise your hand, loser. Yes, he's the biggest loser. Raise it high, biggest loser. Everybody say, hey, biggest loser. Hey, biggest loser. Listen, if you're afraid to fail in business, you'll never win.
Se tem medo de perder o negócio, os negócios nunca vai vencer.
Yeah, it's true.
If you're a young person and you're afraid to fail, our entire community will lose.
Se você é jovem e tem medo de perder, toda a nossa comunidade vai perder.
The reason that he is the biggest loser and we celebrate that.
A razão que ele é o grande perdedor e nós celebramos isso.
Because I want you all to remember today, this is a mind shift change.
Eu quero que vocês se recordem hoje que esta é uma mudança de mentalidade, de pensamento.
We've been taught two things about failure.
Nós fomos ensinados duas coisas sobre o fracasso.
That when you fail, you can't recover.
E quando fracassamos, não temos como recuperar.
That is shameful.
Que isso é vergonhoso.
Remember to try and try again.
Recordem-se sempre de tentar e tentar de novo.
Fail as often as you can. Fail as often as you can. Fail often. Fail as often as you can.
Fracasse o quanto mais vezes puder.
In your mistakes, we find life.
Nos seus erros, encontramos vida.
Think of how many times your parents had to fail in order to make you alive.
Can we do this later?
I hope you all got one. The swag bag. Everybody has one, yes? Because you all win. All right, sir, you're the biggest loser. Go into the power and take everything that's of most value to you. Clap for him.
Leve tudo que tem valor para si.
Okay, look at this now. This guy, who is this? A thief. So this guy, he went into the circle and he took what was most valuable to him.
Ele quis reciclar e levou o que tinha mais valor para ele.
Notice that still in the circle are telephones, watches,
Relógios,
money, cell phones,
dinheiro, telefones.
and yet, and even a person.
Even a
Oh, but this guy, he left the lady, he left the phones, the money, the watches, the credit cards. Can you imagine?
Ele deixou a jovem que está ali, os
I can take the
fones,
He said, I'll take the lead. Why? Can somebody tell me why all of those things that are valuable are still there, and the only thing he took from the circle, being the biggest loser and our winner, was what he put inside? Anybody? Why did he take back his phone and his ring?
Alguém pode dizer por que ele só tudo que está ali, ele só levou o telefone dele, o anel dele, deixando tudo que está ali.
It's not European.
Because he's not European. Because a European would have took everything, including what they put inside.
And charge you debt.
Anybody?
They charge you interest.
Anybody else?
A sense of integrity, I think.
A sense of integrity.
Yes.
Anybody else?
He was missing what belonged to him.
He was missing what belongs to him.
Wow.
Because for what he took, that's value to him.
Wow.
He
I saw your cosign. Why did he only take what he put inside?
didn't want to lose his investment.
Okay.
Eu não quero perder o seu investimento, por isso que ele levou quem levou.
He anticipated the consequences of taking somebody's job.
When we say culture is the new currency, we're talking about our culture. But until you know what is of value to you, you'll never find it.
muito importante questionar-se sempre o que tem mais valor para si.
If you don't know what you want, you'll never get it.
Se você não sabe o que quer, nunca vai ter.
If you want what somebody else has, you'll never get it.
Se você quer o que outra pessoa tem, você nunca terá.
We have an identity crisis.
Nós temos uma crise de identidade.
But today, this circle is a working group. We're going to talk about the solution.
Mas hoje este círculo foi um grupo de trabalho, onde então falar sobre as soluções.
We can no longer come together and just talk about theory.
Não podemos juntar-nos novamente para falar somente sobre teorias.
We have to practice best practices.
Temos que praticar, melhor praticando.
That means when we meet up and do business, we have to do business with our own videographer that owns his own camera.
Sempre nós temos que fazer negócios entre nós, temos que fazer vídeos com o nosso
Yes, this is the youth voice,
ele é a voz da juventude.
capturing us. When we do our own meetings, we have to have hosts. We
Fazer-
said we want to empower women. We need to give them a job.
Fazendo a captação, quando nós temos nossos encontros, precisamos de apresentação e empoderar mulheres a fazer o nosso trabalho.
Clap for our hosts. They've done an incredible job. That's it. We need to get to the point where we can have a meeting in our own building that we own, so that when we have these conversations and we have these meetings around best practices, our people win. Culture is the new currency.
Temos que começar a fazer esses encontros nas nossas próprias casas, nos próprios edifícios.
We have to get to the point where we own planes and at least buses and local taxi services. When we have these meetings, we are the transportation for our meetings.
Temos que chegar ao ponto
The banner that's on the wall, the banner behind you, those are African-owned, youth African-owned printing companies.
os banners que nós temos aí são de africanos.
And the fanny packs that you have, your gift for winning the game in life, they were made by Teaching Artists Institute. So we're gonna get to the,
Nós temos foram feitas por essa instituição de Teaching Arts Institute.
yeah, so we're gonna get to our work session. In order for us to have a mindset shift, there are very systemic things that need to happen now.
Vamos voltar para os nossos trabalhos, mas para mudança na sociedade tem que haver uma sessão que vão haver agora.
Africa reclaimed.
África reclamada.
Let everybody say Africa reclamada.
Africa
In one African language, let's hear it.
África.
Listen, our language is so important. We're gonna talk about that. Yes. All right, so our first panelist is our elder. Please introduce yourself. Please tell us how you reclaimed Africa and your life as an example.
Por favor, diga-nos como é que reclamou a África com a sua vida e com o seu exemplo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Boa tarde. You are looking at a genuine diaspora.
Vocês estão para uma diáspora genuína,
Born as a descendant of slaves, a
nascida
granddaughter to slaves.
nascida e neta de escravos.
I moved to Africa 60 years ago.
Eu saí da África há 60 anos atrás,
The 22nd of July,
22 de julho
1962.
de 1972.
Today, I'm still here,
E hoje ainda estou aqui.
having lived and moved and worked across Africa.
Tendo vivido, trabalhado em toda a África.
If you consider what I've just said,
Se considerar o que eu acabo de dizer,
I came 22nd of July,
eu vim a 22 de julho
1962.
de 1962.
And despite all temptations,
E apesar de todas as tentações,
opportunities,
oportunidades,
etc.,
e etc.
I am here today
E hoje estou aqui
because this is one of the most important meetings
porque este é dos encontros mais
I
importantes
have been to this year.
em que eu já estive este ano.
Because it is the first meeting
Porque é o primeiro encontro
that I have recalled ever attending in Africa,
que eu recordo de ter participado em África,
where we're trying to say who is a diaspora
e onde estamos a tentar definir quem é a diáspora
and what does it matter. And what does it matter? Who is a diaspora?
E o que não importa, o que não importa quem é a diáspora.
Last night, or yesterday afternoon, we had an excellent presentation.
Ontem tivemos uma apresentação,
Mr. Kennedy. I hope I've got the name correct.
Yes. One.
And he talked about those diaspora that were born here,
ele falou sobre as diásporas que foram nascidas aqui,
that many of them are not here today.
que muitas delas não estão aqui hoje,
But the worst thing is, Africa does not welcome them back home.
mas a questão, o que é mau é que a África não nos recebe de volta.
And he talked about the Africans
E falou sobre os africanos
who are on other mainlands,
e que estão em outras terras
and they are not welcome for one reason only.
que não são bem-vindos ou recebidos
They
por uma
are
razão única.
Africans.
Eles são africanos.
So whether here or there,
Tanto aqui ou lá,
being an African constitutes a dilemma.
Problem.
ser africano é um problema, é um dilema.
And so we are welcoming this opportunity to meet with you, the youngest generation,
Então, também é uma grande oportunidade estar convosco, a nova geração,
because between 90 years of age, which I will be
porque
in a few
é
months,
entre os 90 anos
and
de idade
20 years of age,
and
20 years of age,
e
how many generations are we talking to?
20 anos de idade de
You see,
gerações.
4 generations are in this room,
4 gerações estão nesta.
but there is one Africa.
Mas há uma África também.
And what are we, the old and the young,
E o que nós somos?
going to make of it?
O que nós, os mais velhos e os mais novos, havemos de fazer sobre isso?
Put it another way,
Colocando de outra forma,
what difference will we make?
qual é a diferença que nós devemos fazer?
Christian,
Uma pergunta.
think about it.
Pense sobre isso.
If I've only lived 90 years to
Se
booze,
eu
to
vivi
drink,
no-
to steal,
90 anos para beber, roubar,
to grow rich,
para tornar-se rico,
to be an important person,
para ser uma pessoa importante,
Africa remains the loser.
e a África permaneceu ou permanece perdedora.
Whether I'm in and on the continent
Estamos no continente,
or elsewhere in the world.
ou estamos no continente, ou em qualquer outro sítio no mundo.
And so at the moment,
Então, nesta sala,
we are challenged
somos desafiados
to answer the question not only who is a diaspora,
de responder à questão de quem é a diáspora,
but being a diaspora
mas ser uma pessoa
should not
diáspora,
be a disaster. It should not be a disaster to be a diaspora.
não devia ser um desastre ser a diáspora.
I say that because in 2019,
Digo isso porque em 2019,
we in Uganda
nós na Uganda
were confronted with the fact
fomos confrontados com um facto
that 400 years ago,
de que 400 anos atrás,
our brothers, sisters, forefathers, mothers
nossos irmãos, pais, mães,
were taken for the first time into what is now the United States of America.
foram levados para um lugar que é hoje os Estados Unidos da América.
And it will surprise you,
E vai nos surpreender
the consequence.
as consequências.
You know what happened?
Sabe o que aconteceu?
The black slaves made the West, including the United States of America.
Os
How did they
escravos,
do that?
os africanos negros fizeram o Ocidente, incluindo os Estados Unidos da América.
First and foremost, they were strong and they survived.
Os primeiros eram fortes e sobreviveram,
But more than that, they were lied to.
mas outros foram enganados.
They were told that the black man had no back beginning,
Foi-se dito que eles
had no history,
não tinham nenhum
that
começo na
he, of
história
all the people, were closest to the animals.
e que eles eram pessoas, eram
I heard someone ask today or yesterday that the lady named Diap,
ontem a mulher chamada
is part of a family of the Diaps who have explored the whole ancient history and found that we are the
história ancestral
first race
da primeira raça.
creating astronomy, spirituality, mathematics, music, dance, everything that humanity has become
Criando todas as
started with
ciências,
us.
tudo que nós nos tornamos, começa conosco.
But I grew up knowing that I was inferior to the Muslim.
Eu cresci a pensar que eu era inferior aos brancos.
And therefore, we have a huge escape from Africa to America,
E daí vamos
to Britain,
escape da África para a América,
even into China.
para a Inglaterra e até para a China.
So in 2019,
Em 2019,
when Ghana, my home of marriage,
quando a minha casa de casamento,
decided it was a year of return. How many of you heard of that?
decidiu que era o ano,
2019.
o ano de
And so today there are more than 7 million of us
E
who
hoje,
over the years returned to Africa.
7 milhões de nós, ao longo dos tempos, voltamos à África,
But at the moment,
mas,
there are over 400 million of us off the continent.
mas agora, atualmente, tem 400 milhões de nós na África.
And so we looked at the subject 400 years from the beginning of slavery.
Está olhando como foi, 400 anos desde o princípio
And our challenge was to a renewed people.
da escravatura.
Now, I'm listening very carefully today to the speakers, the Kush, your country.
Mozambique.
I'm so glad to be here for the first time, and I'm 90 years of age. It took a long time to get here, but I shall return. And then we decided, no, that is not a good title. 400 years, the beginning of slavery toward a new people. And then came COVID, so that an organization, an international conference that we organized in 2019 was postponed. We therefore had to put it aside until 2 years ago. Sat down, oh, by the way, I'm a professor, so you know we talk a lot. And we renamed still the dialogue between the diaspora and the diaspora and Africa of the continent. And here's what we've come up with. This is, guess what? Africa reclaimed. Why? Because the diaspora and the people on the continent have yet to come together as one. The connection was broken from the beginning, 1100, and all the rest. And it has never been we've never been reunited. So we said Africa must be reclaimed. And one of my colleagues, a young man like you, get ready. Yeah, you're ready. And we have decided we can't undo all that we've heard today. The economy, artificial intelligence, as if we did not have everything else exploiting us. Now they're telling us you're not only beginning to be stupid, but even we will join you. So we have artificial at the same time. We did not require those sophisticated. Reunited. Doesn't require all of this systematic technology. We do our first grade as the first grades, but rather we have some simple ways of reclaiming Africa, and that's what I am currently looking for. And therefore, we are here, 90th year, and what do we say? What can we do to realize some of the, and to address some of the challenges this morning? I'm here, according to Kim, because she wanted to expand of engagement of who, not just is a diaspora, but who is having to get engaged if we have the African war. So the person that I am going to ask to join me now, are you ready? What is it we want as the outcome for a conference that will bring together, we hope, not less than 1,300 people? To answer the question, what is going wrong? What does Africa need? Not just the rest of the people, but has there been a thorough analysis of what we are the first phrase, but truly like a nobody, the only in the last phrase. And so we are hoping that we can pose questions that if the chair lady, we said, will give a few moments after you finish to ask questions and to give us your recipe for a change South Africa.
Good evening, everyone. I am Senga Stephen, and I am a Rwandan by birth, and happened to move to Uganda to study. And we have spent the rest of my years I am on man I made 27 years. However, it is quite unfortunate that Rwanda and Uganda are almost the same. But when I was in Uganda, I was living as a refugee on my continent. And so in addition to what she has said and what Sister Kim said, you could be an African on the continent. You could be an African outside the continent, but when you are far away from home. And this is why we are looking at mindset changing, so that we understand our identity, we claim our identity. In this, we have one language, we have one voice, and we have a common goal,
e temos um objetivo comum,
which the conference she has talked about that is due to happen in July of next year,
por causa da conferência que ela vai acontecer em julho do próximo ano,
with the title Africa Reclaimed,
com o título África Reclamada,
Africa Diaspora Connection.
as diásporas africanas conectadas.
So, and I believe with that simpler background of who I am,
Eu creio que com esse pequeno breve historial de quem eu sou,
in addition to that, being attached to TAI, the most thing that I treasure now, which is reminding me of what is more valuable to me, culture as a new currency,
a minha atenção ao TAI me ensina ao que é mais valioso para mim.
it's through currency or it's through my culture that I transact, through my culture that I am accepted, and it's the way that I'm presented that everyone must accept
É
me.
através da minha cultura que eu me represento e de todas as ações que eu me represento.
And I also call upon each and every one to have our minds focused and changed toward the reclaiming of Africa.
Às vezes, para chamar o mundo e as suas mentes para que se foquem na questão da África reclamada.
So our time has come to an end. I hope that you guys have understood from the old 95 months from being 90 years old to the young in his mid-20s that the African voice, Back to the Future, is not young, it's not old in terms of age, it is a mindset. And Africa is the youngest continent in the world. And with our paradigm shift and mindset, there's no institution we can't build. With our reclamation of our identity, there's no industry we can't offer to the world. We have everything we need. Everything that we need. And our young people know that, which is why we push them to the forefront. From those living on the continent to those living in the diaspora. And I just want to close out not with my voice, but two sisters. I'm always going to give the mic to the sisters. Y'all may know by now that Kim has an affinity, a great love, nakupenda for the sisters. And we have two sisters, one younger and one a little older. I'm going to get in trouble for that one later. Yes, she's a little more refined and she has a lot to learn. One, you're local, from Mozambique, one of your own, and one from the diaspora, that are both living examples and best practices of the Africa we want. And we just want to give them 1 minute apiece, 2 minutes, 1 minute apiece, for us to do a real live, what we call refining session. First, sis, I want you to grab all the money inside the middle of the circle. Just the dollars, you now, in Mozambique. All the money from the middle of the circle. You take it. Take it now. Haraka. And that's the wrong, that's Swahili. That's the language y'all gonna learn before it's all said and done. Take it now. Take money like you wanna spend it. Is it okay? Yes, take all the money in the circle. I ain't never seen a woman go so slow to grab the bag. Stay there now.
Don't forget the coins.
The coins, every nickel counts, every coin. No, don't take it. I knew all we had to do was get her started and she would know what to do next. No problem. All right, sis, you stand there. And we have our sister Faustine, a woman. They're both, again, just 1 minute to tell us what is their real live business. Africa we want. How are they embodying culture as the new currency? And I'm going to give the mic to them. We also want you guys to know this is a real-time working session, that everybody that's in this session, please leave your name and your number with Mugisha Ali Allen. You've all received full sponsorship to the conference next July 2024 in Uganda to help us continue this conversation. always something, somebody else. Did you get the message? Obrigada.
Depois dessa sessão, podemos deixar os contatos como guicha.
Obrigada.
Obrigada.
Obrigada. Obrigada. Did you miss everything we just said?
Isso translated.
Oh,
Depois
okay.
dessa sessão, podemos deixar os contatos como guicha. Que se calhar podemos ter um acesso, uma possibilidade de um financiamento total para participar da conferência que vai acontecer no próximo ano em julho.
Yes,
Buscando
Uganda.
meu cargo.
Yes, because why? Our time is our own, and we want you all to know that this conversation is ongoing.
Sorry, come again?
He's not
Let me see
the translator, because our time is our own.
Porque o nosso tempo é nosso.
And we want you to know that this conversation will continue.
E quero que saibam que essa conversa vai continuar.
Next July in Uganda, and you're all sponsored, so make sure he gets your contact.
Na próxima conferência em julho, e todos terão o suporte, então deixem o nosso contato com o Guicha.
Okay. So now, please, ladies.
Before the ladies do their real-time introduction, I just want to queue up for our next session to make sure everyone that's on there know that they're up next. Mr. Eric Phillips, Morgan Moss, Brother Sifaway, and I know we have one more person, but your session will be coming up immediately after this. Okay, thank you.
She will need coaching. After this, Am I going to sit? So. All right, so you all are, again, you're telling us what you do and why you're an example of call transparency. So please use this as an opportunity to market your business and what you do in real time. The people are watching.
Fala sobre o seu negócio, o que você faz, e só faz.
Boa tarde a todos.
Boa tarde.
Antes de mais nada, gostaria de agradecer a todos os organizadores desse encontro.
First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers of this meeting.
Pois uma vez aqui, pude aprender e sentir mais impulsionada.
Because once I'm here, I will not only learn, but also feel more inspired.
Meu nome é Márcia Malunga, sou jovem moçambicana e empreendedora.
My name is Marcia Malunga. I am a young Mozambican and entrepreneur.
Comecei a empreender ainda muito jovem. Na altura, frequentava o ensino secundário. Para poder sustentar a educação, comecei a vender biscoitos na escola.
I started my internship at a very young age. At the time, I was attending secondary school, and to be able to support this education, I started selling cookies at school.
A posterior, comecei a fazer doces e salgados para festas, impulsionado pelos retornos financeiros, pois não só conseguia sustentabilizar a escola, como também conseguia ajudar a família.
A while later, I started making sweets and snacks for parties, driven by the financial returns, as I could not only support my studies, but also help my family.
Durante esse processo, passei por vários desafios, podendo ultrapassar uns e outros não.
During this process, I went through many difficulties, being able to overcome some and not others.
E uma delas que enfrento até hoje é a falta de credibilidade, o reconhecimento por ser mulher e ainda mais sendo uma mulher jovem.
And one of them that I face until today is the lack of credibility and recognition for being a woman and even more, being a young woman.
Desta forma, senti-me impulsionada a ajudar todas e outras mulheres como eu que passaram ou estão a passar por dificuldades.
In this way, I felt traveling to help all other women like me who have gone through or are going through the same difficulties I had.
A minha visão é criar um aplicativo onde possa abrigar todas essas mulheres que fazem todos e outros serviços de uma forma que possam ser reconhecidas.
My vision is to create an app where I can join all these women who do all these services in a way that they can be recognized.
Esse aplicativo iria permitir um ambiente de negócios seguro, apropriado, diminuindo desse modo as incertezas, fornecendo credibilidade, flexibilidade e segurança.
This app will enable a safe and appropriate business environment, thereby decreasing uncertainties and providing credibility, flexibility, and security.
E funcionando o empoderamento da mulher, acolhendo os seus sonhos, desenvolvendo as suas aptidões, apoiando e dando asas para que se tornem mulheres capazes de responder às exigências do mercado.
Helping women empowerment by welcoming their dreams, developing their skills, and supporting them. Giving them will to become women capable of responding to the demands of the market.
Para que esse sonho possa sair do papel,
It's your turn. No, I was saying.
Okay, so finish, just finish.
Para que esse sonho possa sair do papel, espero que muitas outras mulheres, ou todos aqueles que acreditam na força da mulher, se juntem a mim para que possamos garantir dessa forma que nenhuma mulher se torne financeiramente dependente. Obrigada.
For this dream come true, I hope that many other women or all those who believe in the strength of the woman will join me so that we can ensure that no woman becomes financially dependent. Thank you very much.
All right, next up, you've heard an example of culture as the new currency, finding value in identity from a young woman in business, strong in her identity from Mozambique. Now you're going to hear an example from the diaspora. And I think you'll do a comparative analysis and you'll see that we are the same.
Ouvimos já a história dela, agora vamos ouvir a história da outra da diáspora, vamos fazer uma pequena comparação e vamos perceber que no fim é quase a mesma coisa.
All right, my name is Faustine Amara Modupe Oweneme. I was born in Detroit, Michigan. My father is from Nigeria.
Meu nome é Amara.
Amara.
Nasci em Michigan.
I was born in Detroit, Michigan, raised in Detroit, Michigan.
Eu nasci e cresci em Detroit, Michigan.
But my father is from Nigeria.
Mas meu pai é da Nigéria.
So at a young age, the first time I went to Nigeria, I was 3. Of course, I don't remember. But we started going on a regular basis at the age of 14.
Mas começamos a ir sempre com mais hábito quando tinha 14 anos.
So during the school year, we'll be in America, and in the summertime, my father would take us to Nigeria.
Durante o período escolar estaremos nos Estados Unidos, mas depois no verão, meu pai levava-nos para a Nigéria.
Learning my culture in the village at such a young age, I was able to use that in my upbringing, especially confronting certain situations in America.
Aprender sobre a minha cultura naquela idade ajudou-me a crescer somente e a poder levar isso para usar de volta.
Going to Africa at such a young age, it just instills certain ethical things in me, and which I am even transcribing to my own child. My child is 6 years old, and I'm raising him currently in Dakar, Senegal. And I'm also raising him in America simultaneously.
Aprender sobre as questões culturais da África foi importante para mim, tanto é que estou a ensinar, estou a passar esses valores éticos que eu aprendi para para o meu filho, que tem agora 6 anos, para lhe ensinar tanto os valores africanos, assim como também americanos.
And this is because I want my child to grow up with the African culture in him.
Eu quero que ele
I want
cresça,
him to know the importance of being African and learning our way of life.
eu quero que ele cresça com valores africanos nele, eu quero que ele saiba dos valores africanos e quero que ele tenha esses valores dentro dele.
So, in terms of my business, what I do, I own an African hair braiding salon. Have my business now for 15 years.
Em termos do que eu faço, eu tenho salão, negócio de salão de cabeleireiro e faço negócio de fitness.
I've also traveled to Senegal and settled. I'm a permanent resident in Senegal. I opened up a shop called the Detroit Boutique, and our focus is to give the diasporan in America the opportunity to sell their goods in Africa, and also vice versa. And the reason why I did that is because here we are, we wear all the name brands, the Chanel's, the Louis, but we don't wear our own name brands. You know, I was in Africa, I'm like, okay, I don't see any African American brands. And when I'm in America, I don't see any African brands. So we have to learn to exchange business and do business with one another. We have to learn to get as an American, I can come to Africa and get the raw material and build it and take it back, opposed to the Chinese, opposed to everybody else coming to Africa to take. We have to learn to do business with one another. And we also have to be unified. I always tell people, wherever I travel, I'm a Black woman. I'm an African. I'm always going to be an African woman. And I don't see a distinction between me being Nigerian and me being American, because I was raised in both ethnicities simultaneously at the same time. I would be in my neighborhood in Detroit, eating fufu after school. And, you know, so I know the African way, I know my culture, I know my traditions. And even when I leave Mozambique, I'm going to Nigeria to see my family, but I haven't seen them in over 10 years. So I want to go to my village, visit the elders, visit my people. And that's what I always thank my father for. He gave me my culture. So I will probably help moderate the next session. We're going to close out because we're running against time. But one thing I do want to emphasize is that we always talk about the American dream, but do we ever talk about the African dream?
Time again for the ladies. Don't forget your money, man. This is real-time empowerment. Take up those dollars. Take them, put them in your pocket. Yes, I hope your business is successful. There's more where that came from. Thank you so much. This, again, the African voice, the young African voice, culture and your currency. Thank you again. All right, you can collect your valuables if you have anything else that's of value outside of the money. Thank you.
You drive a hard car.
Yes. What an amazing, interactive, engaging session. Young people do it different. So we can reset the room, and we're gonna be ready to go ahead and get started with our next section.
Dropping
We'll reset the room. Amara, can you let them in? Somebody's in the waiting room?
Yeah.
Thank you. Our camera guy is trying to get some visuals. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you for those on the live stream for hanging in here with us. We're gonna be talking about, we're gonna listen to vision statements on the global case for reparatory justice, legal structures, mechanisms, instruments, and modalities with Dr. Eric Phillips, Mr. Morgan Moss, His Excellency Mr. Dorbrain Omarte, and Mr. Sifaway Balika. And then our last session after that is the repatriation and contact with the Right to Return campaign. Scheduled to be part of that session is Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Erica Bennett, Mr. Sifaway, Baleka of the Balance Society, and Mrs. Nana Alvin James. So, I think we want to reset the room so that everyone is looking toward that direction. And maybe we can be resetting as we get started. Okay, Mr. Eric Phillips, are you still with us? Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you pin Mr. Phillips to the screen? And then we can kind of reset.
Okay, silence.
Let it be. Okay, Mr. What's his name?
Eric Phillips.
Eric Phillips?
Maybe I can explain to you that he will.
Are you ready for me?
Maybe, let me introduce.
Okay, can you come up to the podium, please? Okay. We're going to have Dr. Bill give a few words before Mr. Phillips begin. You can put it back because she's coming up.
Warmest greetings, Dr. Eric Phillips. We are thankful, grateful that since 3 o'clock in the morning, or it can be 2 o'clock in the morning, you stand up because this is a very important topic. Laboratory justice for the crime against humanity. And this is a working group that we are looking for. And I hope that we all understand that this working group, with people like Dr. Eric Phillips, Dobreen Omarder, Mr. Moss from Cobra. This is a very important working group. So, Dr. Phillips, why it is important here on the continent is that a lot of our people, and we spoke a lot in the days before us, that we recognize that this issue is still an issue to be educated. So it's very important. That's why I took the floor to put an extra dimension on the introduction. But I guess that you will do that better. To introduce yourself, give us a brief of information about the triad, because what we are looking for are global mechanisms, instruments that can carry this big project, this global project forward. Okay? And we are ready to put it on the table of Mozambique government. The first day when we have this welcoming session, it was the Minister of Foreign Affairs who stressed this. And you can be sure that we have here in the room, we have people from the African Union who are happy to learn more from the Caribbean Diaspora and Reparation Commission. Heartily welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you ready for me,
Yes.
coordinator?
Yes, we are.
Thank
You have the floor.
My African brothers and sisters, Piteng Karajo, good afternoon. Baete, salutations to the audience. Let me begin by first thanking Dr. Barry Beekman for inviting me to make a presentation at this critically important conference. as well as thank all the participants involved in this journey of African destiny. Yes, I've been on since 3 a.m. my time, and I've been very impressed with the conversation. I must tip my hat to the young people who just spoke. They are not only our future, they are our present. And so I really appreciated what they were saying. I appreciate their philosophy. I appreciated what they were saying about we are here, you're just not others, and we are here to be part of the struggle. So I wish everyone involved, not only in this contest, not only the grace of our ancestors, but goodwill, good fortune, and I hope that whatever we wish to achieve in this conference is achieved. My apologies for not being present in body, but I am in Africa with you in mind, spirit and soul. I lived in South Africa for 7.5 years as the managing director for AT&T Africa and the Middle East, and I've also visited 40 African countries. So I know Africa, I feel Africa, I am Africa, first and foremost. Now, reparations is a growing movement in the global diplomatic and political scene. Recently, there have been several apologies, some genuine, some insincere, some malicious, some indifferent. And this is what it's become. Since everyone is now concerned about slavery, and by the way, I think we need to stop saying black slaves. We were not black slaves. We were enslaved. And language is important. So part of our repair is seeing ourselves as kings and queens and princesses and chiefs, because that's who they took. They took the strongest, after forcing us in some instances to fight each other. So we are enslaved Africans, not black slaves. But what is so good about all these apologies? Is it because of guilt and an expression of real sorrow? Or is it a diplomatic ploy whereby the West is giving us an impression of real sorrow and repentance, but do not want to give us repair? Or is this just another game in their strategy to put the further wound in the collective African spirit? Because we are strong people. We've survived 13 centuries of the African slave trade and 400 years of the English or Christian slave trade. We're the first people on earth. That's who we are. We're the first builders, first engineers, first doctors, first architects. Look at the pyramids. We're the greatest people ever on this earth. But those years of enslavement, because we were so trusting, has damaged us. You know, they have murdered us, raped us, branded our women, worked us to death. Now they feel that they can apologize. But yet they still have the ability to prevent us from collecting reparations because of their legal ring fencing of themselves through domestic laws, through international strategies, and other leading maneuvers. Hence, we have to understand that we have to fight for reparations. It's very, very important that we do. It's very, very important that our young people understand what reparations is about. Let me begin by reminding us what slavery was. It was a transformative economic event of today's global economy. Slavery transformed the West into an economic power. Before that, they were a feudal agrarian economy. Now they're industrial superpowers, and everything they do was built on our backs. The enslavement of our ancestors took Europe out of the Dark Ages into a period of unprecedented growth, which created a foundation for Europe's economic, social, political, diplomatic, and cultural ascendancy. Slavery was the beginning of pure, uncontrolled capitalism and rampant globalization. Slavery was the primary industry and the primary business event of yesteryear. It was pure business. It lacked morality. It lacked humanity. It embraced unimaginable exploitation, human destruction, millions and millions of deaths of our ancestors, and was and is simply the greatest crime on earth. Slavery also transformed Africa from its natural historic economic evolution into a dark continent of death and destruction, where we're now fighting ourselves. Guyanese professor Dr. Walter Rodney's classic treatise, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, provides a great analysis and details of this plunder. Clearly, when a continent is deprived of the skills of its best and brightest, when it's deprived of the human capital necessary for sustained development and economic prosperity, there is a critical missing factor: production. But what do we do? Well, that depends on us. Our ancestors have shown us the resilience to fight enslavement. Look at Africa today, flourishing in so many different ways. Still the continent with most of the resources the West needs. We need to develop that for ourselves. As our young people just told us, we need to believe in ourselves. We need to love each other. We need to buy from each other. We need to work together. We need the principles of Kwanzaa, of unity, of cooperative economics, etc. We know we can do this because we have the spirit of resilience that our ancestors left in our DNA. We must start by defining truth, defining what reparatory justice really is. And what is reparatory justice? It is the moral, cultural, psychological, financial, health, development, diplomatic and development issue of our time. It is. We are where we are today in the Caribbean and in Africa because of what happened to us through European capitalism. And they must pay for that. It was a crime against humanity. Capitalism and Western societies were built on the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors. Today we have egregious capitalism, which was spurned through colonialism. And this was driven by the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885, where Africa was divided. We need to know this. Our young people need to know this. Our older people need to know this. We need to re-educate ourselves so that we can understand what happened to us and therefore how we can get out of it. Today, these colonists have structured the global economy with rules that continue the devastation of Africa. We're still enslaved in many ways, mentally, because capitalism serves as a self-perpetuating system of exploitation of Africa and the Africa diaspora, especially in the Caribbean. It's like a chameleon. Capitalism daily changes its face, but not its ugliness. The West has developed global institutions that reinforce the wealth extraction that the early colonists took for granted. Today they encourage all sorts of politics, winner take all, in a multi-ethnic society, which all results in us fighting ourselves. We also have global institutions that protect unfair trading practices. We have global financial institutions that are not in our interest. We have a United Nations where 5 countries can veto anything when we are 55 countries. And we are the fastest growing country population-wise in the world. Remember, slavery was the first nuclear bomb that destroyed Africa. It destroyed African cultures, or tried to. It destroyed our family life. It certainly destroyed our economies. Because if you look at Egypt and the great Zimbabwe and Benin and great African countries, the great Zimbabwe, you know that if we had that trajectory sustained, we would be the most critical and most modern country or continent in the world. International law demand that slavery, this greatest of crimes against African humanity, and therefore crimes against the Creator, must be addressed through reparatory justice, especially financial reparatory justice. Although we ourselves must undergo our own self-repair because of the daily media war against blackness, anti-Africanness, that's what we are faced with. And as slavery was the world's first nuclear bomb, racism was the world's second nuclear bomb. It's now become part of the global political and economic order. Racism itself is a political system. It's a system of formal and informal rule and a system to differentiate distribution of material wealth and opportunities. And we're the ones who are part of that pyramid. We as Africans need to unite. We need to use the principles of Ubuntu and Kwanzaa to overcome the global threats that will always confront us in many friendly and unfriendly chameleon ways. Yes, we need new legal structures. We need new mechanisms. We need new modalities. We need to pursue reparations through all means necessary. We need to use all legal strategies available to us, whether it's international court of justice or whether we reconstruct the United Nations Security Council and ask for reparatory justice. The Jamaican Justice on the International Court of Justice, Patrick Robinson, just had a study done. He showed through employment of the BRCA group that $107 trillion in reparatory justice is due to us. So we need to establish mechanisms through this conference and other fora like this to go after reparatory justice. Africa and the Caribbean and its diaspora cannot flourish without reparatory justice. That is reparatory justice from the West, but also self-reparations from ourselves. We need to embrace ourselves as Africans. We're not Nigerians or South Africans or Mozambicans or Americans or Guyanese or Jamaicans. We are Africans. And until we understand and appreciate that, until that is embedded in our psyche, we will not succeed because we will work at cross purposes. I tell my students, when I leave Guyana and I go to the United States, they don't see a Guyanese. They see an African, and they treat us as African. So we cannot like others using their rules or their platforms or their definitions of us. We cannot self-defeat ourselves by calling ourselves Jamaicans and Guyanese and Caribbean and whoever we are. We are Africans first and Africans last. And we have the creative energies in us from our ancestors to be successful. We just have to see ourselves as Africans, love ourselves as Africans, pursue our self-interest, and pursue reparatory justice because it's critical. Caribbean civilization and African civilization need reparatory justice if Africa is going to achieve its incredible potential. The West knows that by dividing us through language, Dutch, French, English, through geography, through culture, through psychological war, that they can play games with us. Believe me, we are in a war, not an economic struggle. Look what happened during COVID. They took care of themselves. The money they spent during COVID could have easily been spent to repair us for international justice. But they ignored us. They didn't even want to give us vaccines. And even the traditional medicines that came out of Africa, they brought stigma to them. Reparative justice is about justice. It's about politics. It's about economics. It's about African ascendancy. May our ancestors guide us through this conference and the mechanisms we are working on and will continue to develop. Our youth must be involved in this. In Guyana, we have a group called Ikemba, Youth for Reparations. They have their own TV programs. They go into the communities. They teach our young people. They teach our elders. They're very mobile. Enslaved Africans that built the West were young Africans, were young people. The older ones they discarded, they killed us. They left us to die from starvation. So youth is central to this. So I wanted to say that reparatory justice is critical to us as a people. We're Africans first, we're Africans second, we're Africans third. The judge, they've apologized. We need to look at this strategically and see how we work together. The African Union supported Tarifa. Yes, that's a good move. That's a great strategy. China does nothing without its diaspora. India does nothing without its diaspora. We have to understand that Africa and the diaspora are one. Whether we're the sixth region or not, we are Africans. So I leave you with this. Reparatory justice is critical. There are many things happening today in the world of reparatory justice. It has to become the first century movement for justice. And I know we will succeed. Tout Shemba. I thank you.
Okay.
Question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Oh, question? Have a question?
No.
Not yet. After the presentations are finished, then you
Yeah.
answer a question after all the presenters. That's okay. Okay, Mr. Morgan Moss, I believe is next. Okay, yes, okay, I have to come over and pin you, but you have the floor.
Yes.
You have the floor now.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Professor Phillips. You've definitely laid the right framework for this repository of reparations. It has been clearly stated in all facets that the understanding of reparations for anyone, you described it, and we appreciate those academic and clearly stated remarks that you give. Thank you, sir. Thanks in respect also to the Creator, Amara. Thanks to the Creator. Thanks to our ancestors that were destroyed in the Middle Passage. Thanks to our ancestors that continued the journey after our ancestors made it to these distant shores, these unseen shores that we arrived on. Thank you, thank the ancestors that are yet unborn. We want to appreciate those. I want to give special thanks and appreciation to Dr. Beekman and the organizers of this Pan-African Roots Roundtable. All protocols observed. My name is Morgan Moss Jr. I'm the international co-chair of the International Affairs Commission of NCOBRA. NCOBRA is an acronym for National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. We placed our website and also our email in the chat in case you want to get with us at another time. We want to look at reparations from an international Pan-Africanist perspective. And we want to link to the internal and external global international reparations movement worldwide. Pan-Africanism and reparations are worldwide movements with the primary objective of solidarity among Africans on the African continent and the African diaspora, based on a common culture of enslavement, beginning with the Atlantic slave trade. The Pan-African and reparations movement extended beyond the continent of Africa to the Americas, Europe, and the Caribbean. Pan-Africanism and the reparations movement has its origin in the struggle of African people worldwide against enslavement and colonization. As a philosophy, Pan-Africanism represents the aggregation of the historical, cultural, spiritual, artistic, scientific, and philosophical legacy of Africans from the past time to the present. Pan-Africanism as an ethical system traces its origin from ancient time and promote values that are the product of African civilization and the struggle against slavery, racism, colonialism, and neo-colonialism. Modern Pan-Africanism began around the beginning of the 20th century. The African Association, that later renamed the Pan-African Association, was established around 1897 by Henry Sylvester Williams, who organized the first Pan-African Congress in London in 1900. Pan-African Congress series of meetings followed. The first Pan-African Congress conference in 1900 in London, a meeting of the Congress in 1919 in Paris, 1921 in London. The sixth Pan-African Congress was held in Manchester, England in 1945, brought together several intellectuals and activists who would go on to become influential leaders in various African independent movements and the African civil rights movement, including the Kenyan independent leader, Jomo Kenyatta, and American scholar, W.E.B. Du Bois. The seventh Pan-African Congress held in Uganda in 1994 specifically addressed women issues. This was the first time the Pan-African Congress addressed the role and need of women. Pan-Africanism has seen the contribution of numerous female African activists, such as Nana Amos Garvey, who founded the international newspaper Negro World. Claudia Jones started the West Indies Gazette, a Trinidad and Tobago-born journalist and activist to fight against racism towards Black people in Britain. In the United States, Queen Mother Audrey Moore and Nana Dara Abakari played a vital role in developing Pan-African ideology. These significantly shaped an ideology and organizational structure of Pan-Africanism, develop an agenda-conscious approach of Pan-Africanism that focuses on the realities faced by African women born in America, separate from those of African men born in America. Both Nana Queen Mother Moore and Nana Abakari were prominent members of the United Association of Ethiopian Women in Louisiana, which engaged in anti-colonial activities, welfare rights, and Pan-African activism. In 1972, Queen Mother Moore Audrey was a featured speaker at the All African Women's Congress in Dar es Salaam, where she encouraged solidarity and unity among Black African women across the continent and demand the inclusion of African women into the conversation, emphasizing that they too were committed to liberating Africa. Revolutionary Pan-Africanism and global worldwide reparations movement are similar in organizational structure. They are closely related and interrelated as it relates to human rights. Africa Eco-Black people are coming together worldwide, communicating, collaborating, and organizing the reparations movement into a global Pan-African united front, fighting for dignity, justice, and peace. United, we are stronger in our struggles against imperialism, capitalism, decolonization, injustice, and racial discrimination. Indeed, revolutionary Pan-Africanism reparation is a human rights fight of the 21st century. Pan-Africanism gives us the opportunity to hear what people are doing, hear from and support each other's struggle. We need public dialogue as to what we are struggling for in each community and each country. Reparations in relation to international law refers to measures to redress violations of human rights by providing a range of material and symbolic benefits to victims and their families. Reparations must be adequate, effective, prompt, and should be proportional to the violations and the harm suffered. According to international law, there are 5 forms of reparations: restitution, restoration of a victim's right, property, and citizenship status; compensation. It is important to remember that compensation or the payment of money is only one of the many different types of material reparations. Other types include the restitution of civil and political rights, physical rehabilitation, granting access to land, housing, healthcare, or education, etc. Satisfaction is the 4th measure of international law. Acknowledge of guilt, burial, construction of memorials, etc. And guarantee of non-repetition, that this will never happen again. Different types of reparations are being fought for across the Pan-African world. In the U.S., enslavement was formally ended in 1865. Another 100 years of institutional violence followed against blacks in the form of segregation, the Jim Crow law, discrimination and mortgage levy, the war on drugs, and the use of prison system that is currently being used. All have created enormous wealth for white Americans. Can reparations help us to envision and re-envision international development? In the UK, the fight for reparations is equally strong, with details, financial analyses on potential compensation currently being undertaken. Strong activism movement in UK includes the annual African Mystical Reparations March, which is the world's largest public lobby dedicated to the call for reparation. Land reparation is another issue of struggle for reparation, focusing on historical and contemporary land capture and land grabbing across the world, which is currently being emphasized and being done currently in the country of our heritage, Africa. Even after the period of European colonization, land was not returned to communities. Instead, white settlers groups were granted priority access to land in many African countries. The current reality is that many people with historical links to their land can now easily prove and enforce their rights to ownership or reclamation. We, the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, NCOBRA, is central in the international Pan-African reparations movement. NCOBRA's mission is to win full reparations in our lifetime for Black Africans, descendants, residents residing in the United States and its territory, for the genocidal against Africans that created the transatlantic slave trade, chattel property, chattel slavery, Jim Crow and chattel slavery continues, my offer that's continuing today. And NCOBRA also recognize that we as in America are fighting for reparations, but we are indeed a worldwide fighting for reparations, just wherever Black people are in the diaspora. And NCOBRA's participation in organizing and mobilizing all stratas of these Black communities into an effective mass-based reparations movement. And NCOBRA shall also serve as a coordinating body for the reparations movement within the United States and its territory. And NCOBRA recognizes reparation as a just demand for all African people and shall join with others in building the international reparations movement. Thank you for your listening ear. Thank you for this opportunity to allow me to speak. Free the land, reparations now, the struggle continues.
Thank you, Brother Morgan Moss, for your expertise and your lifelong work to the liberation of our people. Next, we're gonna have Brother Stiffaway from the Balance Society to speak in on this conversation. And then the audience does have some questions, but we'll have a response and then we'll take Q&A. So Brother Stiffaway, you have the floor.
Obrigado, Alene, Kumama, welcome, and Sumba. Sumba means, in the Balanta language, I taste you, meaning, in the same way that when we eat food, it becomes one with the body, that when we come into each other's presence, we become one with each other. So it is a form of Ubuntu from the Balanta culture. So I greet you, Kumama, Sumba. I greet you from my ancestral homeland here in Guinea-Bissau. Once again, I want to thank the organizers of the round table, the distinguished excellencies and guests, my comrades and my fellow panelists on this panel that is entitled Vision Statements on the Global Case for Reparatory Justice, Legal Structures, Mechanisms, Instruments, and Modalities. And so from that title, we see that we want to move from the general call for reparatory justice, the moral case. We want to move from that to the nuts and bolts of the legal case and how to pursue it. And I'm going to do that. First, I want to give just a little bit of background. I studied philosophy at Yale University, and I wanted to go to law school, become a lawyer. But I went through an identity crisis and realized that I needed to find myself, my African self. And in that process, many great scholars that I came in contact with, great lawyers said, we don't want you to go to law school and learn the white man's law. You need to learn law from an African perspective. And they don't teach that in any law school in the world. So you're going to have to do that outside of established academia. And so I have spent 30 years doing that. Now, in October and November of 2022, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights met, and they had resolved to establish a committee to consult, seek the truth, and conceptualize reparations from Africa's perspective, and establish a case for reparations and pursue justice for the trade and trafficking enslaved Africans. And they specifically called on civil society to embrace and pursue the task of conceptualizing Africa's reparations agenda with urgency and determination. As president of the Balanta Brasa History and Genealogy Society in America, which is also serving as a legal and independent legal think tank, we accepted this call from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to conceptualize a whole African reparatory justice strategy. And today I'm going to speak on two specific strategies. And I'm quite conscious of the fact that we have very important dignitaries from the government of Mozambique and the AU officials in the room, to whom I'm going to give steps and instructions, practical things that they can do today that will significantly advance the global African reparatory justice movement and actual legal actions. My first comment that I want to make
has to do with the nature of law itself. And the best way to describe the nature of law is that law is whatever power says it is. Okay? So whether or not we are using existing legal structures like the United Nations International Court of Justice, whether we're using municipal courts, state courts, national courts, regional courts, or international courts that exist currently, or whether or not we build legal systems and courts outside of the remit of what exists now, ultimately there is the problem of enforcement. And enforcement comes down to power, the ability to exercise your will against those who would oppose it. And that's essentially the nature of law. Before we had any man-made law, we had natural law. And natural law is quintessentially the most powerful force in the known universe and on planet Earth. Meaning, we do not break or violate natural law without consequences. For example, gravity is a law, natural law. We have learned how to adapt ourselves from it, and just because we can send an airplane into the sky does not negate the force of gravity, of that law. So nature itself is a power that enforces itself. The rest of law that comes from man comes from whatever power exists within the human individual, human societies, and how they are organized. And today, that highest level of organization is what we call a state apparatus, which has now self-organized itself into what we call international society. And from that, the various notions and conceptions of law are brought into an arena that we call international society. Now, at the moment that Europeans came into contact with us as Africans, right? At the start of what we call the transatlantic, what we call the transatlantic trade and enslaving of African people. At that moment existed what we call a conflict of laws, meaning there was the law of the invading Europeans, and then, for example, in my case, there was the law of the Balanta people in the land of Guinea. And when some people say that at the moment that the slave trade started, I hate to use that word, but I'm using it for lack of a better term right now. But at that moment, some people say, well, slavery was legal at that time, without actually examining the question, legal according to whose legal system. For example, among my people, the Balanta people in Guinea-Bissau, we had no chiefs, kings, or any state structure like that. We were an egalitarian society where slavery did not exist. We didn't practice slavery. There's no history of slavery within Balanta society, and the highest sovereign unit within Balanta society is the individual household. So when the Portuguese came, they came because of an apostolic edict known as the Dum Diversis Declaration of War that was issued by Pope Nicholas V on June 18, 1452. An apostolic edict derives its authority by claiming authority directly from Jesus Christ. And that is why it's called an apostolic edict, as part of the apostolic succession from Jesus Christ to the apostles. And because of this European concept of what is called ecclesiastical law, the Pope issued authority to the King of Portugal to invade the African continent, to take and seize all property and goods, and to reduce into perpetual servitude its peoples. So June 18, 1452 is the actual start date of the transatlantic slave trade by a declared war. Now, when we say things like slavery and the slave trade is a crime against humanity, quite often we say that from the perspective of a moral compass. Most of the time, however, we don't explain in legal terms why it's a crime against humanity. And I'm going to do that now. In legal terms, there are categories of war. One category of war is called total warfare. Total warfare is warfare that violates traditional customs of warfare that usually distinguish between combatants and civilians. In civilized societies, starting first in Africa, African people realized that in warfare, right, warfare could be conducted against other combatants, soldiers, and that it was a violation of natural law and moral ethical standards to conduct war against civilians, particularly women and children. The Dogma versus Apostolic Decree is a declaration of total war that does not distinguish between African civilians and African soldiers or combatants. And therefore, it qualifies in what today is considered international law as a kind of warfare that is so egregious that it has no statute of limitations, and it is considered a crime against humanity. Therefore, the starting point of an African perspective on reparatory justice must start with this understanding that we, African people, were existing in our own territories with our own concepts of law that were different and in opposition to the apostolic decree known as the Dogma Verses, which declared total war on us. Now, from that understanding, we now realize, therefore, under the European ecclesiastical law, that Dogma Verses declaration, that all peoples that were captured and trafficked are prisoners of war. We as African people need to understand that families were going about their normal daily business, and then one day, one or more of their family members disappeared, were captured, imprisoned, stored in jails, and then put on jails that were ships, and then trafficked across the Atlantic, and then enslaved in the Americas as prisoners of a declared war. That is the foundation of an African understanding of the origin of our reparatory justice claim. Now, fast forward to today. In today's global world order, post-Berlin Conference, post-Treaty of Versailles, post-League of Nations, post-United Nations colonial successor inheritor, under this system, there is what is called the Geneva Convention, that most African nations as well as the Vatican, as well as the European nations and their successor colonial states are signatories to. Under the Geneva Convention, it defines prisoners of war and says that such people retain that status until, and now I'm going to use the actual language from the Geneva Convention, that prisoners of war retain that status until their final release and repatriation. Therefore, from an African perspective, those families and those communities that lost family members, who by the grace of God Almighty, our Creator, and our ancestors, somehow managed to survive the trafficking across the Atlantic Ocean and survive the enslavement, those direct descendants have never been, in the language of the Geneva Convention, released and repatriated. Now, this is not the common understanding of almost anyone on the planet, that African American people, African Colombian people, Afro-Brazilian people, Afro-Peruvian people, Afro-Canadian people, Afro-Mexican people, Afro people in the diaspora, including the 214,549 people that were embarked on 488 ships and taken from Mozambique. It is not the common understanding that those people or descendants are still prisoners of war. We don't think of African Americans as prisoners of war living in the land of captivity because of our miseducation and because of the state-sanctioned ethnocide committed by the British government, the French government, the government of Netherlands, all the Spanish government, the Portuguese government, all of those governments that participated in the declared total war of diversions. This is the narrative, the legal narrative, that we now need to bring not into human rights commissions, which deal with human rights policy, but we need to bring this narrative and these legal claims into courts of law. Now, there are a couple of strategies for doing this. Let me first talk about the existing courts of law. And mind you, we are under no illusions about the existing courts of law. Right now, the highest court on planet Earth is the International Court of Justice, which is a United Nations organ, and the International Criminal Court, which is an independent court. As far as we know, those are the highest courts on planet Earth, and we don't know of any interplanetary court that we can appeal to. So there are municipal courts in your local place, there are your state or your state courts or provincial courts, there are your national domestic courts, there are your regional courts like the Inter-American Court for Human Rights, right, or your European court, those are the regional courts, and then there are these international courts. Now, in order to bring a case into the International Court of Justice, you have to be a member state to do that. And this is one of the reasons why Afro-descendant people defined, right, by international societies, particularly the World Conference Against Racism meeting that was held in 2002 in La Ceiba, Honduras, that defined the term Afro-descendant is henceforward to apply to the descendants of the African people who were trafficked and enslaved in the Americas. This is an actual legal term that gives us a legal personality in the international form. Afro-descendants, for example, African Americans, which do not have a nation of their own, independence, therefore cannot bring a case before the International Court of Justice. Afro-Colombians, right, themselves cannot bring a case before the International Court of Justice. The state of Colombia can't do it. The state of Mozambique can't do it. And in the 1960s, when the precursor to the African Union was formed, the Organization of African Unity, at that time, Malcolm X came to the Organization of African Unity in an attempt to appeal to 33 African governments at that time to say, will you bring our case, the case of those people who are the descendants of the people from Mozambique that were enslaved, the people from Guinea-Bissau that were enslaved, the people from Cameroon, Nigeria, Angola. Will you, now that you are a nation state, bring our case before the World Court so that we can get global African reparatory justice? When Malcolm X came and did that, he succeeded in convincing Burundi, Tanzania, and Kenya to pursue that. That was in November of 1964. December, January, February. Within 3 months, Malcolm X, the Burundi official, the Kenyan official were all assassinated within 3 months. And from that time to this time, we have not been able to pursue this particular legal strategy. However, a new variable in the equation has presented itself. Many of you know that as a result of the World Conference Against Racism and the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, a call was made to establish a United Nations Permanent Forum on people of African descent. That Durban Declaration recommendation was finally realized this past December when United Nations, actually it was 2021, when United Nations Resolution 35714 established the Permanent Forum of People of African Descent. And part of its mandate gave it the authority to request advisory opinions on any legal questions from the International Court of Justice. Now, requesting an advisory opinion is not the same as bringing a case, okay? Bringing a case is still reserved to a nation state. So we would like the government of Mozambique, which has stretched forth its hands unto the diaspora yesterday on the great and glorious 20th anniversary of the Diaspora Day and Article 3Q. Mozambique has the power to initiate a case. But if they are not prepared for the financial and political costs of doing so, what Mozambique or any AU member state or this new permanent form of people of African descent can do is request an advisory opinion on the fundamental legal questions that would have to be answered in any global African reparations case at the International Court of Justice. And I'd like to take a minute to go over exactly what those questions are. If you give me a minute, I can find it real quickly. The first question that needs to be answered from an African reparations perspective is this. Is the Dom Diversis Apostolic Decree issued by Pope Nicholas V on June 18, 1452 a declaration of total war, and therefore does not have a statute of limitations regarding reparations for this war crime and crime against humanity? That is the first question that needs to be answered. And the strategy for going to the International Court of Justice is to put international society and the court, put them on record as to what is their position. Either they will substantiate that claim, which then enables us to go forward with our claims, or they won't, and we will know that we cannot expect justice from the court. That is the first question. The second question that must be answered is, were the people captured as a result of the Dugda versus Apostolic Decree of Total War? Were those people prisoners of war, and do their descendants retain that status since they have not been released and repatriated under the Geneva Convention? The third question, which must be answered, is have the Afro-descendants, right, black people, now within the jurisdictions of the West, have they ever been converted in accordance with settled principles of universally established laws? For example, in the United States, or in Colombia, or in any of the other Western nations, Barbados, Trinidad. And have they been divested altogether of their original foreign African nationality and birthrights? Now, let me pause here and provide just a bit of history. At the same time that the people of Mozambique were fighting their liberation, the people, the African American people, were fighting its liberation in America. And one of the new African independence movement leaders, Amara Owodele, brought a case to the United States in 1973 in which to get the United States to recognize our right to self-determine and establish our own independent nation. And the government response to that case was that the United States had never settled this question. Had we ever been properly converted in accordance with settled principles of universally established law into United States citizens? So, as a result, the United States government has said they can't answer that domestically, and therefore it is a matter to be brought before an international court. Okay? That's the United States legal record.
So, Brother Sipaway, you've given us a lot of information, but we do want to open up for questions because all the panelists need to make closing comments. So, can you make space for that?
Yeah, give me just a minute to wrap up. Unfortunately, I find myself in this situation, which is that this subject, like, for example, earlier, when we were talking about the economic subject, and you were saying that not everybody in the room, right, has the knowledge to keep up. This subject, when it deals with legal things, is so complex that we often are not able to give it the time necessary to bring people up to speed so that they can go to their main questions are, what rights do the Afro-descendant people throughout the Americas and Caribbeans, what rights do they have as prisoners of war who have not relinquished their birthright from their original homelands in Africa? What rights do they have to exercise self-determination and conduct plebiscites to determine their political futures? Whether they want to integrate into their current countries of residence, whether they want to establish independent national territories where they currently reside, or whether they want to return back to their African homelands, right? For example, those descendants of Mozambique, people of Mozambique origin who want to return to Mozambique. And then the final question is, what are the legal consequences that arise for all states and the United Nations from the above? Those questions need to be answered by the highest court of this planet. in order to let the world know where the court stands on global African reparatory justice. My final comment is for those people who believe that the current UN, ICJ, that existing structure is ill-equipped and insufficient for handling our claims, and that we need some alternative to that is created and controlled by non-white people, I agree with that. And that was the proposal that was brought by the Barbados government at the second session of PFAT that was held in New York in June. But we don't have time to go into the legal strategies that would pertain to that because I've been asked to wrap up. So there's a lot more, and I will continue some of this in the right to return discussion, but I will stop there. Thank you so much.
Great boy. That's great. That's him. Wait, that's you.
Abigail, thank you very much. We would like to give our personal participants the opportunity to ask questions, as well as our folks that are in the room to ask questions. So we're gonna do similar what we did in the other session. You can line up with your questions, and then we will allow the panelists an opportunity to respond in their closing comments. So I know this young man, do you still have your question? Please come forward. Yeah. Did you have a question earlier? Come.
Yes, go ahead.
Go. You don't understand. Are you gonna,
Your voice is hip-hop.
He's gonna stand there. No, he.
He
First.
Oh, okay.
He first.
I thought we were taking a question.
No,
If
he
you want to
first.
say something, then just line.
Sir, if somebody wants to speak, please just stand behind there, beside her, and after that, you just go ahead and ask your questions.
Okay.
And
Yes.
Sister Bella, you have also go in the line.
Good evening. This question is for Dr. Phillips and Brother Sufwe. Multi-pronged question. The first question is, do we have a financial amount that we're asking for in terms of reparations? If the global economy is $100 trillion, what are we asking for? $3 trillion, $30 trillion, and how is that calculated? Exactly. The second portion of that question is when we talk about social justice. Who's receiving the money? Is this money being paid into different governments? And then we are now in a situation where political parties can take the money, appropriate the money, and make misuse of the money as well. Are we talking about social justice and the direct descendants of slaves? And are we saying that we're now putting that money directly into the bank accounts of proven descendants of slaves? What are we talking about? The third question is here about reparative justice, but I don't hear about reparative investments. Meaning, if we are in a war, and I will use your words, Dr. Phillips, I think it's very appropriate. What does our enemy on the other side fear? What is the situation of the enemy? Post-COVID, they printed too much money. Their social welfare schemes are going bankrupt. Their pension funds are going bankrupt. They have old societies. So if we rephrase it and say, let's try and say, rather than reparations, let's talk about reparative investments, right? And then under that, Brother Sufwe, sorry. If we can talk about fruit of the poisonous tree from a legal perspective, meaning, can we then claim that all the works done by Michael Jackson, by Michael Jordan, by all of the Africans belongs to us? That's our IP, the revenue, and what we're after the income tax from a lifetime that Michael Jackson ever made, that Michael Jordan made, that whatever black artist, businessman, and we're going specifically after the income tax portion of it, and And we're saying that money must be deposited into a fund in Africa to finance our reparative investments. And also on that, why are we only targeting the governments? Any individual, any person, regardless of color or race, that feels that they want to contribute to that, what is our mechanism to receive those funds? Thank you.
Here I can start.
No, wait, don't, we're gonna take all the questions and then you can respond.
That might be difficult because his questions were comprehensive and.
Yes, so we want to
there were
take
6
more.
questions.
Let's do it. We want to take more.
We can't do like Q&A, because it'll take a while, so just write down the questions, and then when you respond, you can.
All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon or good evening, right. My name is Antonio. I have a question for Professor Phillips. My question is, how can we as Africans in a multi-ethnical context create an economic and political system besides the capitalism and communism that was addressed here, that works for us and addresses our own point of view and contributes to the world. And because as we know, our ethnicities were used by the colonialists to divide us. So how can we create a system that works for us, and yes, and contributes to and addresses our point of view in this context of multi-ethnicities. Thank you.
My sincere greetings into this convention of African diaspora. With your permission, in the first place, I'd like to know, I'm recording the questions mentioned by our sister Kim yesterday about the legislation on the 3Q, where we saw somebody, I'm not speaking racism, but it was somebody of a white skin who got hired, and he is paid to analyze and submit the legislation of the African diaspora on the Article 3Q, which does not satisfy his side of the coin, because we're like having somebody was like part of those who sold us as slaves, and now we are trying to repair the damages, and again we are inviting those type of people as though trying to say that because we've got a black skin and short hair, our brains are also short. So the reason of our gathering here, we want our rights, we want the legislation which will defend us, and we are part and parcel of it, because the ones who took us, invaded our continent, they took us out of no law. They took us out. Our forefathers were thrown in the sea, and the rest who survived, they were working as slaves in America, where they built America, and America today, America and Europe, America today is seen as a superpower, but whose labor, it was from our forefathers. Now, we are coming here gathering and still discussing the reparation. What type of reparations, social and mental reparations one can do into our forefathers who were not even, they never had a decent burial. They never had a decent burial in the first place. And our brethren who were taken to America, they are not treated as human beings. Look at the instance, the situation of George Floyd, the type of killing, which happens every blessed day, and it's not even published to the world.
And now the African continent, it's like a place where they still come to demand, to impose, to do whatever they feel like, to sustain their goals, leaving the Africans in poverty. What type of reparation, how much cash can that repair all the pain which we are feeling every day? The money is printed in the United States of America. We look at the dollar like the utmost coin of currency which can sustain the world. We are still being enslaved economically, enslaved financially, even mentally, because our political people, they were only given the flag, but in reality, they are like a remote control, remoted by their higher power. We speak the Rothschilds, we speak the Ruperts, we speak the Bill Gates, all this type of people. They even program some means of killing us, depopulating us, as if we got no right of survival up until today. In the 21st century, what reparations can one do? How much money do I value to be given HIV? COVID-1, COVID-2. What wrong have I done if I'm living in my country, in my continent, and I don't deserve to be free, to be healthy, to be happy? Because some people, they want to sustain their goals. And one tells me, how much money will I pay you? Will I pay? Do you want for me to pay, to repay? How much money can you do to resurrect me, my forefathers? I want to see their tombs, because even Jesus Christ had a tomb. Mary Magdalene went to visit the tomb of Jesus Christ. We demand the tombs of our forefathers who were taken mercilessly and taken away and thrown into the sea. We want, we demand, and we want it now. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. My presentation won't be going to the question as such, but sort of idea. And congratulations the organization of diaspora that came to Mozambique, so that we can start doing a PhD, as I heard here. And PhD, because as we see from long time, it's been discussed this way, that way, but we have seen our enemies, they always also blocking this way, blocking that way. We will not go anywhere. So, but as I see, we African, we have to start doing action inside and not consulting. I've heard AU, I think on 2090s, they were discussing about African currency and all that, and that idea just vanished. So we have to encourage our governments, not doing discussions, but we start doing actions. We do have African countries that they have a strong currency. As I know, SADC, I would mention South Africa, Botswana. We take one of the currency we start using in our Africa, and then to make our own currency, we will see thereafter. Because if we want to start from beginning to do our currency, our enemy will not allow us, because we will be seeing that we are African now, he wants to leave us. So, and the second way is to see the policies inside of Africa that can save us. Because what I see, we're fighting ourselves. It's like I don't know if other African countries, but I think it's the same. Where I grew up, there's a one dish, big dish where you can put 10 children there, and there's some porridge there, and carry inside. Everyone is there, and then this one is so that is what is happening. I can see it in my neighboring country in South Africa, where they all the time they fight against Mozambique. They say they're giving the names, the way we say that we are all South African. But Mozambique, there are so many Mozambicans that died in the apartheid era fighting for South Africa. Today, they now fighting against us. If I go back behind our forefather built up South Africa, my grandfather and my father actually born in South Africa in 1920. So imagine my grandfather how long he's been in South Africa. So imagine how long Mozambique have built up South Africa. Now today Mozambique have been shifted like as a rat up and down. No one says anything, but as you blame our enemy that is just making us to fight like but that is it's a stomachal situation. Because if they see that they are hungry, they say now this one they come to check our food. They start stoning them. But no one is taking anybody's food. So it's like what I said here that there's a big dish, they put there a plate of food for 10 kids there, and then this one start pinching other one, says, hey, you finishing my food. Hey, this one. So, but our Africa is a big country that all of us needs to work for it, and it's empty. There's no job. Our population is so small in Africa, so we don't need to fight each other. So that the organization must help to encourage our governments to change our people's mind. Like what's happening in South Africa, I'm blaming South African government. Nothing does to educate these people that, listen, this is our brother. We mustn't do that to them. Yet, they come back again to Mozambique. We're asking for energy. We produce energy. In other way, they stone us that side. Now, it's difficult for Mozambicans to go to South Africa. They've been killed here on the way here, just 100 kilometers away. So, well, it is just put the way that it's a vision. It must be something must be done for everyone in diaspora inside the room. That we can give us our governments, to encourage our governments to change our minds. That's so that we can go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me raise my questions to the panelists. Thank you for brilliant contributions. I'm very impressed with all of your contributions. And we have heard some of the recommendations. We're also looking forward for you to submit to us specific and clear-cut recommendations that we can put in the final document and take to the authorities in charge. Now, as you all know, we have the commission and the African Diaspora's High Council. We have the commissions for human rights, repatriatory justice. So my question to you is, how do you see us? So since you guys are the expert, because you guys master these topics, and that's, as Brother Sikri said, the reason for us getting a specific commission for this is that we could rally the people that matters, create a platform that we discuss on it, and then we go in and lobby. Sikri, our job is to open the doors, get the presidents where they are, get that 15 to 25 minutes, and we do the presentation and we lobby. So that's the job of the High Council. So the reason why we are using a commission-driven approach is that they shouldn't disturb us. You see, all of you experts will be taken to Geneva, separated, but we don't have our platform where we make our strategies. We give them, they make the report, we come back, they make the decades on 1 century. So what we want to do with the High Council is that you have this space where we could rally all of them, all the diaspora, civil society platform in the diaspora, that the day we say we have to shaken and get this agenda, it is not just Geneva that is shaking, it is South Africa, it is the South Tome Principe, it is Brazil, Europe, all of that. So, I want the panelists to tell us how feasible is that thing? Because the High Council, as a lobbying organization, not as an implementing organization, should be able to create, identify those platforms and allow us now to have specific roadmap. The second thing is that, is that possible? The second thing we heard from this representation is that the African High Council that we should organize, maybe through these commissions, if they reflect, we will say there was no proper barrier. So while we're talking about reparations, we need to talk about the right. The right, we have to figure out what is the proper methodology of carrying out a global barrier activities, which are right. So particularly, I want you to see, can we reflect it in the program that we need this right to be able to properly carry out the barrier procedure of them, and we can do a global barrier. It is in our tradition that we need to keep the proper barrier and memorial. And without the legal instrument, we will not be able to do that, and it is disconnecting our culture and our people. And the last thing that came out here, I'm trying it because our job is to get back to you, and from the grassroots to the top roof. So we are trying to see from you, is it possible also that we create what is called a global cemetery page? So a global cemetery page is that when conflicts, blacks are killed all over, maltreated all over, we can get the images and everything on our page, controlled by us in our own data system, so that when people can look, we will see that the same thing is happening. So that when we have our own global, just Floyd and that, those are the high names we know. But all over, in France, in Australia, and so on, things are happening. Where we give it, the High Council could support. We could support a project where we have we could say a violent page or a cemetery page or whatever, where we are listing the stories of these people, so that people of African origin and maybe this president someday they will be able to go to these pages and see that we are all sitting in the same room. So I don't know what your thoughts in these ideas. I just want you guys to answer as we make your closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Start?
Yes, I'm fine. No.
Just somebody, there's a direct one question that he wants to ask. I think you guys have seen that your panel, was very instructive and people are motivated.
The question is, faced as a metaphor, how can I claim reparations from my bank? What do I mean by that? We're still going to Western institutions, we're still going to World Bank, IMF, European Commercial Bank, all these institutions, we're asking for reparations. Let's assume we get reparations. What is my bank going to do afterwards? It's going to start charging me fees. It's going to say, right, you want to use this money to build a road? Here's a German engineering company that you use. If you want this money to do that, here's this. It's going to introduce conditionalities that ensures that the money basically comes back to themselves. Right? So that is where when we talk about reparative investments, it also needs to be linked to decoupling financially. So once the money comes in, it needs to stay in Africa and empower Africa and the Caribbeans and all those members of our society that are not living in Africa. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna start with you,
Yes, thank you so much. First, let me thank my other two panelists for giving us enough context to be able to address these very incredible questions. And just listening to the questions and the passion involved in the questions, you could see that this is a very important topic, so I congratulate the organizers. Let me start with evaluation. I put in the chat the draft report, which is about 8 or 9 pages, is very comprehensive. It shows the 5 different areas of evaluation, whether it was loss of life, loss of liberty, sexual exploitation. Remember that 36% of all the enslaved were women, 42% of them were raped. So all of that is done, and it comes up to $107 trillion among 8 European nations. For example, the Portuguese have to pay about 19 trillion to a variety of countries. The Dutch about 4 trillion. So if you go through that, you will see how that is done, and it's in the chat. Now, in terms of what happens to that money, in Guyana, we have a particular situation where we have an Indian-based government and a very racially divided society. If they were to get their hands on that money, we will not get it. So what the Guyana Reparations Committee has done, we have written an ancestral rights bill, and we've developed a perpetual trust, which will be managed by our people, not the government. Because when it goes into a government pot, all sorts of crazy things happen. The priorities are not the same for the nation as for us, especially when you live in a multi-ethnic society. So that's how we will approach it, but it's a big issue about when the money gets there, how is it spent, who gets it, is it direct checks, what about corruption, what about oversight, etc. Let me go to the second question because there are so many questions here. Someone asked about changing the global economic system. Coming back to what the brilliant Balika talked about, remember, it was the Catholic Church that passed 3 papal bulls. Balika spoke about Dum Diversas, which was the 18th of June, 1452. But there was also Romanus Pontifex and Inter Caetera, given by Pope Nicholas V to King Alfonso. The church, if you recognize it, was the first global multinational, the Catholic Church. If you were to go to Rome, they have $28 billion in art. So what has happened is that this slavery built this global capitalist system of exploitation, and the West will not give that. The stock exchange, everything that we do is built around oil, is built around exploitation, is built around capitalism. And as Balika said, and I think Morgan said, it's about power. This is going to be a war to change the global economic system. And unless we are united, which we're not, unless we have a philosophical approach and a banking architecture to develop our countries, we will not succeed. Most of our nations in Africa are still being exploited. Take Guyana. We found 11 billion barrels of oil. Exxon is exploiting us. We get 14.5 cents per dollar, whereas Saudi Arabia gets 70 cents. And when we try to change the contract, they talk about the sanctity of law. So what I'm trying to say is that to change the global economic order is going to be extraordinarily difficult unless we are coordinated and organized. You look at what happened to Haiti when the president was killed or driven up to Haiti when he called for reparations. When you call for reparations, it's a very dangerous situation. Balika talked about Malcolm X and Burundi and Tanzania and what happened to those people. That's the environment we're in. But we still have to deal with it. We need to figure out in among our African nations and in the diaspora how we come together and create a governance system that works for us. Because our economies are so intertwined with the global economy that it's going to be extraordinarily difficult for us to pull it up unless we have clarity of mind, commitment, and courage. The third thing I wanted to talk about, and I'm looking at my page here, was the issue of, I think the gentleman talked about gold and creating our own currency. It's all interlinked again with what the capitalist environment will allow. Libya wanted to have a gold coin, wanted Africa to have its own currency. He was killed. He was invaded. So what we're really talking about when we ask about reparations, when we ask about changing the global economic order, even when we ask for reparations, is a direct confrontation with the West who have the power. We look at the United Nations. We have to change that structure in order to change the global economic order. Because even though Russia is fighting with the US and the NATO over Ukraine, they all have the same economic strategy, which is exploitation of Africa, exploitation of assets in Africa. We are the world's feeding trough. And until we come together collectively with clarity, and what I'd like to do is acknowledge Balika for his unusual but strategic approach to reparations. We cannot defeat the West using the laws of the West. And yet, those are the institutions that are there for us to change the global economic system, for us to get preparatory justice. And what he has laid out is something I've been thinking about. Because you cannot go to the West in their legal systems and defeat them. So we have to be creative. We have to redefine what the law is. We have to go back to Dum Diversas and the doctrine of discovery, which are those three fatal books, and redesign how we approach this. Because going to the ICJ, we know what will happen. But we are creative people in Africa. We've always been creative, from time immemorial. And what I think this group needs to do, this High Commission on Reparations, is that we need to get 6 months to come together, Morgan, Sifu, myself, and come up with a path. Because the path is fraught with dangers. And our political leaders don't have the courage. Many of them are caught up in this global economic system and they work against us.
Yeah.
I mean, when I lived in South Africa for 7.5 years, and I'm glad somebody talked about what's going on in Mozambique. The Koharabasa land was being exploited. South Africa was buying power for 2.5 cents kilowatt hour from Mozambique. That was exploitation. It still exists. It's still existing with Exxon again. So let me stop there to give my co-panelists a chance to answer the question. But I just wanted to give you some context.
I have a hard stop, so if I may go next, because in a few minutes here, I'm about to meet with the United States State Department to discuss with them self-determination of Afro-descendant people and initiate some negotiations on getting land, autonomous government, and voluntary DNA testing and repatriation to Guinea-Bissau based on the new science of DNA testing and transgenerational epigenetic effects. I have that in 10 minutes, but I wanted to very quickly, just like my good brother Eric, I was going to answer directly the question about the monetary by referencing the same Browder report. It says 77 to 108 trillion dollars. I think this is the best valuation and the most current valuation. I also want to make the point, my good brother Eric has laid out the economic and all of the things related to slavery and capitalism and how that is related. But we must remember as African people that slavery was not just an economic thing, it was a process of dehumanization. And that touches on such things as mental, spiritual, emotional development or lack thereof. And in particular, the loss of identity, right, severed us from our African lineage and severed us from certain aspects of spirituality that are every bit as real as economic factors in our life. And so the sister who spoke so passionately and eloquently was alluding to this. Part of the reparations is the external reparations. What we have to get from those who are guilty of the crime against humanity. But part of the reparations are the internal reparations. And one of the things that I mean by internal reparations is, since we never, those of us, our ancestors that were taken, since they never voluntarily relinquished their birthright, meaning when they were born, right, these people that survived the Middle Passage, when they were born, they naturally inherited certain rights. The first one was the right to parenting, parents. They had African parents. Those parents lived in an African territory. They spoke an African communication system, which created an African community and culture. Our ancestors that were born with those birthrights to all of those things, including what that territory provided, the air that it provided, the mineral, the food, the animal life, and all of that. Those were birthrights that those that survived the Middle Passage had, right? That those of us who are their descendants didn't have. We haven't relinquished them. And so this would be part of the internal reparations, will be the understanding of the current government, like all the AU member states and Maputo, to recognize that the governments are part of the internal reparations process by providing citizenship to their own people of their own origin. So the descendants of the 214,000 Mozambicans that were enslaved, anyone who, for example, takes the DNA test, finds out they're of Mozambican origin, Mozambique has the responsibility, according to the internal reparations framework. You don't have to depend on a European government to do this for us. You can do that tomorrow by saying, if you are of Mozambican origin, we realize you never relinquished your birthright right to return, and you now can have citizenship without any requirements, none. And so this is just one example, right, of the internal reparations that and recommendations. And Tumenta, I hear you. I will be sending to you tonight specific recommendations on what the High Council can do to move forward on a legal strategy. I'm excited to do that. And my comments just now will lead into the next panel, which will be the right of return. My good sister, Nana Abena. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay for that panel, which is why I made this comment about the African Union. When it created Article 3Q, it did so on the basis of a recommendation that came out of the first AU Western Diaspora Summit that was held in 2002 in Washington, D.C., in which a decision was made that the AU and its member states would treat the diaspora as business partners. Now, we understand business and economics are important, but if that is the primary foundation, then I think we lose something in terms of the African personality and spirituality that understands that we are not coming back because we can be good business partners. We are coming back to reclaim our African birthright. We are coming home to reclaim an African birthright that will help us regain the African personality that was destroyed in the dehumanization process. So we need the African Union member states to acknowledge that by implementing the right of return into its reparatory justice policies, which would include our citizenship. So everybody else that had a question for me, I've dropped my information in the chat. If you send me an email, I promise you, right, I will answer any of your questions, right, thoroughly. And if you even need to talk to me, we can schedule that time. Because I want to make sure that I can help educate all of those that want this. So with that, I need to go to this meeting, right? Eric is asking me if I can set my presentation. It just came off the top of my head, but I do have similar presentations that I will try to make available. Thank you again, Dr. Beekman, Dr. Tumenta, all of the roundtable organizers for having this panel. I want to thank you, Eric, and Brother Morgan, for having already signed the mandate for the request for the ICJ. The other panelists that didn't show, Doreen Omarde has also signed that mandate. He's still. Oh, he's here, okay. And still. Oh, he's ill, okay. And so I would like to, in fact, talk to you, talk to the COBRA, which I happen to be a member of the International Commission, talk to the Guyanese Reparations Commission to see what they can do to further that mandate, because it still hasn't been signed. The president of PFAT has publicly said she will sign it, but she hasn't done it. So I think a little bit of pressure, various national reparations committees could probably get the job done. So obrigado. I will see you all tomorrow.
Definitely appreciate your knowledge, skills, and ability. And you actually covered what I was intending to elaborate on when you discussed the internal reparations. You definitely did a good job, so I won't even attempt to elaborate on it anymore. I appreciate that. Appreciate all that you've already stressed. And also, Professor Eric, I definitely appreciate your knowledge, skills, and ability that you've laid out. The only thing I'm just want to maybe put more emphasis on is that we are a global international reparations movement, and what has been expressed is that we must come together on a global level to further move the needle in the area of reparations. So I just want to concur with everything that has been said by the panelists, and I really appreciate your enlightenment. You've enlightened me. So I thank you very kindly. I'll yield to that.
Can I take this now? May I just add that in July 24th to the 28th, 30 African jurists, chief justices from many African countries will be in Barbados for a week to discuss legal strategies. That was just announced a week ago.
So what was the date for that?
July 24th to July 28th in Barbados. It's the African Jurists and Judges Association, 28th to 30th.
So, Brother Felix will be very happy if maybe a space could be given to the High Council to participate as a civil society, so that we could also start feeding the juries with some on-the-ground perspective. So we hope
Can you send me a note and I will pass it to the organizers? I think the Open Society Foundation is part of this, but it's coming out of South Africa. The letter I received to 10 came out of South Africa, and I will email you that packet so you have the names of all the.
Thank you very much, Brother Philip, and very big now.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Well, so, fellow panelists, we are very grateful for this enlightenment, and we, on this first day of the implementation of the activities of the fellow brothers and sisters, dear panelists, we are so delighted for the new page you have opened after the launching of the High Council. We are now moving towards practical solutions. We now know that the university sponsors are going to use we will get into this commission and we will come out with a blueprint document for lobby, for openings of the doors, so that we could discuss with a different head of state. We will figure out the mechanism, so we will be very happy and delighted, and yes, three of you and the other colleagues that will be recommending to you, and we could restrict how the commission would look like, and in such a way that ask human rights, reparatory justice, and so on and so forth, in a manner among ourselves, so that by the time we are ready with our lobbying campaign, as well as opening the doors for transformational processes. You guys who are the experts will be doing the job. So I'm happy that you gave a timeline. We know 6 months, let's say, because we are aiming that by the end of this year, we should be having from facilitators a blueprint, action plans of the different commissions. It's going to be a long job, but I think as my colleagues rightly said, we should be moved on PH2. We have been researching so much, we have been going on talk shows, and what you guys are saying, let's act. So, secondly, we will request that the panelists should draft among themselves just short notes so that we could include these notes in our final report, as well as 2 to 3 recommendations that once we are leaving on Friday, we could deposit it to the Mozambican Minister of Foreign Affairs, as well as to the President of Mozambique. We want to thank you so much, and we will like to give them a hand of applause once more. And so we thank you so much, and I would like Sister Angela to hand over to the next panel. So I hope that Brother Philip will be engaging with you so that let's get this thing done. We are also sure that in the next days we will be we want to move on sensitization campaign where we use those instruments, those documents, so that maybe a different legal institute as well as higher institute of learning in the African continent and in the diaspora, issues like this should be brought in by experts of your type. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the panel. I'm losing my voice. So my dear sister Amara is going to take over for the moderation for the last session because my voice is gone. But thank you very much. Sister Amara is going to introduce the panel, and she's also participating in the panel. So let's give her a hand, Sister Amara.
Thank you. So we're going to go right into our last discussion. I know you guys are tired. You guys are hungry. You don't have to hungry on your face. So we're not going to waste a lot of time, but this is an important aspect of the conference, which is reparation and context with the right to return campaign, which is bringing the diaspora back to the continent in a legal framework of which that looks like. Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Eureka Bennett, she's the founder and director of the African Union Diaspora Forum. She was supposed to be a part of this forum, but unfortunately she was not. And then Mr. Sipaway Linga from the Land Society. Of course, he just spoke on the last panel, but he has to leave earlier. So we're going to bring up Mrs. Nana Abina James. She's the leading member of the African Union, African Diaspora High Council, facilitators working to resolve the view. And we're going to give the floor to her.
Greetings, everyone. Good evening. And Kabaridani, to the elders in attendance, all protocols of the diplomatic corps is observed. Greetings to all the Pan-African scholars, activists, colleagues attending. It's a pleasure to be in your midst today. Before I go further, please allow me to take a minute to call on the spirit and energy of all of my ancestors, the ones that came from Jamaica. My great-great-grandmother made sure we all knew that she came from Africa at 6 years old. For those who left to other lands, the ones that went to Liberia in the 1940s, and for those that never left the continent. I'm living in Africa right now as a manifestation of their dreams of returning. And I'm contributing to the work of having our people who want to return to come back home. And so I'm just asking for all of the energy support to support me making this presentation and also support me on the work that I'm contributing to. Ashe. Thank you to the team for pushing through all of the challenges that came our way in organizing this event. I'm grateful to all who've been in the trenches over the years and are still here, continuing the work. Specifically to Dr. Barrow, Dr. Tumenta, Dr. Horn, Dr. Quell, and thank you for your leadership and mentorship. We, the next generation, we're all watching and we're learning. I am Nana Avena Grace James, Managing Director and CEO for Merital Technologies, a software development company in Tanzania and in Kenya. I'm also the chairperson for the 6th Region African Diaspora Alliance in Tanzania. I am a facilitator and founding member of a couple other NGOs, including the Right to Return Alliance. I'm a facilitator with SRDC, and my most recent role is also the African facilitator for the AU-ADS. I'm originally from Jamaica, but I've lived in 4 African countries, and I'm now domiciled in Tanzania over the last 3 years. I'm not able to be there in person, unfortunately, due to a death in my family. However, I've pushed through to still contribute. I'm trusting that our working group will be as impactful as it needs to be. I would like to thank my valuable comrade, Zimbabwe, for all his contributions so far, and I am gonna miss him as far as on this panel. I would like to also acknowledge, as mentioned before, Dr. Bennett from DAP in Ghana that was supposed to be a part of this working group. So it's me that's gonna be going solo. Okay, I will start off, as I normally do, by giving the definition of natural law and some of the other terminologies that will be used in my presentation. So natural law is a system of laws based on a close observation of human nature and based on values intrinsic to human nature that can be deduced and applied independently of positive law, which positive law is the express enacted law of a state or society. And now, the right to return was founded on natural law and was later encapsulated by Article 13 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 by the UN. This states that everyone has the right to leave any country, including his own, and to return to his country. And thus the principle is regarded as a human right. This international law supports everyone's right of voluntary return to and re-entry to their country of origin for citizenship. The same is captured in the African Union Charter, Article 12, number 2. And I would also add number 3 as an extension, especially when it comes to us, the historic diaspora. The further interpretation of the right to return made by the UN Human Rights Committee in 1999 infers that the scope of the principle expands past a person's country of origin or nationality. It bestows rights for a person returning to a country because of their special ties or claim to that country. And thus, they should not be considered a mere alien. This particular for those who have been stripped of their original nationality and transferred onto another nationality. In addition, it also expands to those who may be coming to that country for the first time, even if they were born. Can someone mute their mic? I'm having some feedback. Okay. I will bring in the AU's Constitution Act, Article 3Q here, as this just adds on top of the right to return, provisions and applications for the African descendants. The invitation to repatriate, facilitating the return of our bloodlines that were trafficked from the continent automatically applies. There is no country that has disputed nor declared that it does not agree with the right to return. That displaced people have a right to return home. There's no government nor group of people who should prevent them from returning, as it is a human right to be able to do so. We have not been repatriated by those who trafficked us. We have not been assisted in any way by the colonizers, and very little by the governments on the continent, the current government on the continent. Now, most, if not all, current African governments have not considered nor factored in our human rights in their immigration laws or processes. Some are unaware of the UN Declaration of the Right to Return, and that they are signatory to that by being a member of the UN, nor their obligation to implement the AU's Charter, Article 12. Many of their states' constitution do not factor in or have set aside or address the needs of their contemporary diaspora, much less the historic diaspora, us. The current conditions across the continent is inadequate for us to repatriate, and then to integrate and to help to build Africa and the African Union. Most countries only give 90 days landed permit when we visit. That is, every 3 months, repats, those who have decided to leave where they've been living and come back to the motherland. Every 3 months, we have to do, it now has a term, it's called a border run. So we have to do a border run, which is to leave the country that we're choosing to live in and go to a neighboring country in order to return to the country of choice just to get another 90 days. One cannot offer services, cannot comfortably operate a company, settle, nor participate effectively in any community service activity every 3 months. That opens us up to delays in processing our paperwork. One brother from the UK been in Tanzania for 2.5 years, started his business, and had to go through the process to file for a permit, which cost This, what I'm saying is not speaking to our conglomerate or us, grassroots, the diaspora, the historic diaspora, and and so for us to meet every 3 months, um, sincere unity. With many possible. Which must be necessary. Also facilitate housing. Because many of us are not only the country that we probably um in time, we will see also facilitate any provisions for legislation. Of our future. So, um, I would ask everyone in the room and who are listening to stay tuned. And this is the that and Kenya took to social media, which made people of the so for all of your support. In the 6 region organization and movements who are working and who are advocating all of the things who do not have anything legislated to implement possible.
Absolutely. Tanzania, yes. I, um, borders of the border between both countries. Yes, but I'm mostly in Tanzania, yes. Okay, great. Okay, well, I'm gonna join you on this panel, and I'm gonna talk from, well, we're gonna have question and answer after we both do our presentation. I'm gonna speak more from a personal, experience, of my time, in Senegal and also with Nigeria, okay? Um, my name is Amara Owoniman, once again. I am a dual citizen. I'm a citizen of America, I am a citizen of Nigeria. And when I went to Senegal, I noticed it was easier to get certain things done, especially in the area of business and investing. And so once I landed there and I seen that I was going to spend more time in Senegal, I said, okay, I need to get some sort of residency or permanent citizenship or a driver's license or something, because when I'm doing business in this country, I need to get the same treatment as as the local citizens are getting. Okay, so there's two aspects to this. Being American born on American soil, we do have rights to an American passport. But by my father being a Nigerian, Nigeria is a fatherland. And I'm not sure if every African country allows that, but at least I know with Nigeria, first generation children born to Nigerians can gain a Nigerian passport through their father. So I'm not sure if Mozambique allows that, but Nigeria allows that. So when I was younger, like in my mid-30s, and the Nigerian consulate came to Detroit, Michigan, my father took me and my sister to get our passports. And then once my passport expired, I was actually in Africa when it expired. And I went to the Nigerian embassy in Senegal. And the Oga renewed my passport for it. Now, fast forward, I have a child. My child is 6 years old, and he was born to me, and his father is also American. But by the father's name not being on the passport, when I was in Senegal, Nigeria was able to give my son citizenship. I fought for that, to make sure that my son has ECOWAS citizenship. Now, with an ECOWAS passport, it gives us the opportunity to do business and travel visa-free in the 14 West African countries. And I always say, if we're ECOWAS, I don't understand why we don't have ECOWAS currency. Well, that's another discussion. All right, so with that, I said, okay, now I'm in Senegal, I have my ECOWAS passport, I have my American passport. When I first landed, as with my American passport, I went to the locals and I said, hey, I want to get some type of residency here. And so they charged me all this money because, of course, I didn't know the system and nothing ever got done. So I'm like, okay. So at that time, just to rewind how I ended up in Senegal, I really just went with my best friend one day. And when I got there, I saw opportunity. I met a lot of other Americans that were there doing business that had invested in the country. And I said, okay, this is valuable. But we also have to remember Senegal is a French-speaking country. So as an English-speaking person, it was very difficult to get certain things done. So I used my Nigerian passport, and I ended up getting an apartment in the village. And after that, I got a domicile. When I got my domicile, basically I had to go to the chief in the village to write a letter to say that I'm living there. And then once I got the domicile, I went to open up a bank account in Senegal. Once I opened up the bank account, then I had to go down to the, basically the immigration office or like the business office downtown. And I had to get a background check. Because I had two passports, I had to get a background check from the American government, the Nigerian government, and the Senegalese government. Once I got my background checks done, now they said, okay, we'll give you your import license, your export license, your business license. And little did anybody know, we'll give you residency. The residency was even free. All I had to do was just write a letter, show them all my paperwork, and go to the local police department. And boom, the police department writes that you have residency. You have residency. Something so simple. But these procedures are not taught to us. They're not given to the diaspora that is looking to come back home. So basically, I'm a triple citizen, if you think about it. I'm a dual citizen by birth, but I also have my Senegalese driver's license. Yes. So, and what really made me fight for this is because I was in their country, I got pulled over by the police. We already know how the police do. They pulled me out the car. It's like, okay, you gotta pay all this money. And I said, no, if I had a Senegalese driver's license, you wouldn't do this to me. So for 6 months, of course, you know how Africa is. I had to pay for an appointment. I had to wait a couple of months. And then after that, I went through the procedures to get the license, which was, I had to do a written test. Of course, I don't speak French. So then they said, okay, we'll give you a verbal test. And when I went in the room, it was like 1,000 people lined up, and they go, oh. Basically, they showed us like the different traffic signs, and all we had to do was just repeat it. And then when I went to go do the driver's test, once again, I don't speak French. So once the instructor saw that I spoke English, he was like, oh, just go. Like, he didn't want to deal with me. I said, how am I gonna get a license? But of course, it's Africa. I got my license. I said, okay. So I say that because when I ended earlier, I lived an African dream. It's my dream to be on the continent. I've been in America over 40 years. I know America, I've traveled throughout America, I have my business in America. But I want to come back here. I want to be on ground because you cannot fight for Africa in America. You have to fight for Africa in Africa. You have to be on ground here. We have to be able to exchange culture, learn the language. The first time I came to Mozambique, this is the first time I've even heard Portuguese language. I've been so intrigued. Like, oh wow, this is what it sounds like, you know? Because as an American, we don't get that. We only get the English, you know? And also America, we just don't tend to get any sort of language outside of English. So I'm speaking to you as a Black American right now because we want to come home. African American, I'm sorry. As an African American, we want to come back to the continent, but we need the resources and we need the know-how. And we also need to know the countries, just basic information about Africa. I know you do have a lot of countries like Ghana, even Senegal has a return project going on Glory Island right now. They are sponsoring a return project. Whereas, you know, if you take a DNA test and then if you show that you have some citizenship, you can come back. But not everybody has the means to do that. Not everybody has the means to take a DNA test to come back to Africa. I think there should be a collaborative movement amongst the countries to say, okay, let's allow visa-free movement for those diasporas that want to come back. And that should be a collaborative movement amongst all nations of Africa. Because as African Americans, they always see it difficult to come here. The flight, they have to get the visa, you know, and then there's a language barrier. I would love to see every African nation even have a diaspora resource center. That way, when you land, you know exactly where to go, how to go, and they can also give you the leeway on how to get residency, how to get citizenship. Most Nigerians born in America don't even know that they can get a Nigerian passport because that information is not disseminated to us. So in this world where we have Google, we have internet, we as Africans, especially here on the continent, have to promote more that we are welcoming African Americans or Africans in the diaspora to come back and do business and be a part of the system. Because as of right now, the only thing that we rely on is Google. Oh, they say, oh, I Googled this is how this country is. But I put a message on Facebook today, I said, there's nothing Google can teach me that experience can't teach me. I didn't know anything about Mozambique until I came here. Now that I see the people, I hear the language, I can go to the village, I can see the opportunity. You guys got somebody, have land, I can buy me a piece of land, open a business. But those opportunities have to be transcribed to us because basically we just don't know. We don't know. So I am really fighting for the more of the African American presence on the continent, but also for the resources to be provided to them to come to the continent. And for it to be an open door, for us to not have to get visas every time we want to go somewhere. We have to ask our governments to at least make it visa-free for the diaspora to come back to Africa. And we also have to look at other strategies as well. You know, we, as an American, we're so used to Africans coming to America to get married, to get citizenship. What about vice versa? What if I'm American, I want to come here to get citizenship? We have to really start putting Africa first. When I travel internationally a lot, and I'm just going to leave you guys with this. I was in China in 2019. I was going to China every 6 weeks. And every time I was in China, their leader will always say, China first, China first, China first. They embed that in their citizens. When are we going to start saying Africans first, Africa first? Not all this, oh, I'm Mozambican, I'm Senegalese, I'm Sierra Leone. No, we're Africans. And as long as we have that notion that we're Africans first, that would unify us in the efforts globally or continentally to help those that want to return home. But as long as we all have our pockets and our different legislations, it's difficult on the outside looking in, because now I need to research what opportunities Ghana has, or what opportunities Zambia has, or who has that type of time? And then, are we even able to get the information? The information I just gave you, you cannot even go on Google and get it. You cannot go to Google and say, how can I get permanent residency in Senegal? Try it. It's not there. So I had to struggle and figure it out myself. And I think in 2023, we should be able to provide that information to people that want to come back home. So I'm not going to keep you long because I know we've been tired. We've been here all day, but we do want to open up the doors, open up the floor to questions or comments. If anyone in the audience or online want to speak, you may.
Evening, everybody. Very quickly, I know it's late, so I won't be long. I want to give an example. Estonia has an e-residency program. Estonia is a very small country in Europe, and because they're a Schengen member state, what are they doing? They are basically allowing anybody in the world to sign up and become an e-resident. It doesn't mean that you need to reside there, but you immediately get access to Europe, to all the Schengen member countries. The reason Estonia is doing it is because Estonia is a former Soviet Union republic, and they have a very, very small population. So they're doing it as a defense mechanism, right? So what I want to bring and put on the table as a strategy, the Kingdom of Kush. If we concentrate our firepower, all of us of the Kingdom of Kush, and say Kingdom of Kush have an e-residency program, and then have the Kingdom of Kush do bilateral agreements with regional bodies and with the specific countries, especially those countries that have a lot of diaspora, Ghana, Nigeria, Tanzania, Zambia, South Africa, Mozambique, things like that be the strategy that we follow. But part of that also requires that the Kingdom of Kush be seen as an economic powerhouse, and that's the hard part. So Americans, you have a global tax system, regardless of where you go, as long as you're an American citizen, you are taxed. It's not a popular measure. However, if we consider a global tax, the minute you become a citizen of the Kingdom of Kush, 1%, 2%, the ideal number would be 5%, then we are funding our own initiatives. And we can now talk action and we can talk policy at the same time. But we concentrate on that. And it's also important, if you look at countries like South Africa, I lived there very many years, in Mozambique. The level of horrors of xenophobia that we face. I know it's beautiful to say that we are all Africans. The reality is we are looked at very differently in different parts of the country. And there's stigmas that exist if you have a Nigerian passport, for instance, or a Nigerian accent. Some places they say, that one's a scammer, or a drug dealer, or something like that, or a Yahoo boy, or, you know. And unfortunately, that is the reality that we also have to be able to tackle. So we have to have a strategy that is concise, but also allows us to be impactful. So I'll put that e-residency program, Kingdom of Kush. Thank you.
Okay,
Digamos a 10, se
yeah,
Ele.
Nana, I don't know, has her hand up.
You
have the floor.
Sorry, thank you. I think, I'm wondering if it's just that everybody's quiet. I mean, tired, why it's been so quiet. But, but I wanted to just, to just add that as, one of the facilitators for the High Council across Africa, I have, made alliances and, gone several countries in West Africa, in organizations in North Africa. But, alliances in South Africa, in Southern Africa. So, in finding out what the is for our people who are operating in your country, we have gotten a good understanding of the fears that people have. In addition, we found the cycle of collecting data by reviewing as far as all of the different creative ways.
New York State. So I have it. Look at all of the DNA analysis, especially from African ancestry. Almost every African American and even those in the Caribbean have genetic ties to Cameroon. It's absolutely amazing. And believe it or not, this may come as a surprise to many of you, but even Barack Obama's mother's paternal line is in Cameroon. So yes, they look white, but all the males carry DNA markers from Cameroon. Yes? So I strongly suggest that, yes, all people who want to return should have DNA done, so at least they know where they came from, where they originated, whether they choose to live in that society or not, because for many, the language barrier may be an issue, or, or things of that sort. But Cameroon is one of those nations that really needs to, and Dr. Tumenta might be able to speak to this better, but they really need to have a very strong policy because you have so many prominent African Americans that I can speak to, I know more about them, that have links to Cameroon. Stevie Wonder to the Bamileke, Condoleezza Rice to the Adamawa, Chris Rock to the T-Car. So a lot of those people would be interested in coming and investing and living if the country had a better policy.
Great.
And we have traced our family to four lineages through DNA. So we can have a choice. I can go to my father's Ateke in Gabon, I can go to my maternal in Mondo, in Mende, and Balata. So it's just a question of where you choose to be or where you're most comfortable.
Okay, thank you. Let's give her a round of applause. Okay, are there any more questions?
Yes. This is a very important topic.
And
one big policy.
Yes.
yeah, I wanted to say, well, yeah, come on. I want to make sure we give honor to Dr. Beekman. Also, I thank the Sheroes for being involved in this event, teaching our institute for inviting us. This has been a very informative conference, and I think everyone that has been a part of it has played a big role in giving us the information that we need to go back to our respective homes and resend the information to our communities. So before we continue, I just want to make sure we give all of ourselves a round of applause, and especially Dr. Lee, I want to make sure we give you a round of applause. Thank you for your work, but I know, let's go ahead and make a statement.
Okay. Thank you so much. I've seen many passports, driving licenses. What is it? You can see, we are saying the driving licenses, the passport, and it's frozen. It's frozen.
It's the cameras.
He's saying the driving licenses, the passport, everything that they have, showing that the right to return is so important and the citizenship is so important for financial resources to be brought. So thank you for this. So from the panelists, this is so important, this debate, because in 2008, I met Jesse Jackson, Andrew Young. Andrew Young was the right-hand guy of Martin Luther King. Jesse Jacksons were the frontliners of the whole process. And we were all debating in Tanzania. I was a very young guy, stubborn. So these guys were debating about the right to return, and look at two policies. Jesse Jackson says, let all of them come back. Let's move and come back. Andrew Young, I think Andrew Young once told me the story that he was playing with the pillow with Martin Luther King in the room, and before Mr. Martin Luther went to the balcony of the shop. So they were playing. He was my mentor at the Visionary Center for Global Ethics. So Andrew Young said, this debate, don't think that you just sit in the US, you pack your bags, and then you jump into Africa. Everybody just keep the roads and you come and then you come. Andrew Young said that's an illusion. That you just pack your bags and you say, oh, in the US they don't like me, and I go to Africa, I'm lazy, and everybody will like me. So Andrew Young says again, Jesse doesn't say, no, let's just go, we'll figure out. Andrew Young says, we have to be tactful as we go, as we create the pathway. Because don't make it in such a way that this guy dies from heart attack, from RVC, it's like stroke. Because when you come and you figure out that you left America where you were discriminated by the white people, the colonizers, or whosoever, the slave sellers, and you just come to Africa thinking that, oh, hey man, I'm here. And you discover that everybody says, what is this guy doing? And you're rejected also by the people. You become so frustrated and you don't know where to go. I'm driving you guys to somewhere. And so we have to be cautious, and we have to tell the truth. We have to
rebuild
again. And again, the youth showed us today that we have to reinvent ourselves, rebuild, reclaim. And the process of reclaiming, it is the process that matters. It is the process how we do these things. So what we are saying is that we have seen other examples that she went in, she got adapted, she stays in. Mananingo, I met her, she's been struggling. Sometimes she tried to work with some locals, and they still have computers and everything.
Sorry.
All her computers with all her data, everything that she has worked for in life, in Kazakhstan and everywhere, is stolen. And she will find a way going to the courts, or sometimes to the police and people, and sometimes people go behind and say, hey, that's a stranger. So you support us, we are the rich. So you guys, so these three examples are so important. And then you find the other examples of Sister Bella that goes with an organization. She's a businesswoman and she brings competence, skills, she has her money. Sometimes she can shuttle between Kenya and Tanzania. And she turns around, keep on renewing her visa and waiting for the G-Day where she will be finally accepted. So she's every 3 months or so or others, she has to leave the country and come back. So spending the money and giving it back to the white carrier, sometimes Brussels Airlines, Air France, and so on and so on and so forth. So we have to tell the truth. But that is the job of the High Council. Because the same issue that Sister Bena is having on that angle, the same issue that Sister Nino is having on this side, the same issue that she's selecting, let's say, Senegal, because sometimes when she goes to Nigeria, she will be like a Christmas tree in her village. So she comes, everybody look at her, let's put the iPhone, let's put everything on her, let's put the shoes, and then she's there and she is rejected because she's not seen as as an African Nigerian origin, but she's seen in the real sense as the Hollywood movies of Denzel Washington, Oprah Winfrey, and everything, which are all real. Okay, so these are the realities. But on the other hand, you will see our powerful mother of in 5 days, 90 years, that she has gone through all of these things. And one thing she told me, that her love to her husband was the thing that cautioned her and made her move around. I stayed for 50 years, and I can tell you, I agree. So in this way that she explained her love, that the love she had for her husband and her belief in the continent made her to stay in the continent. And for the first time, she joined us at the High Council to talk about her stories. But these are realities. And these realities means a lot to a High Council and to this commission. We have to do sensitization. We need to create opportunities like our sisters, the youth showed us today, where there are interactions. You see this young man, the way he made us to move our body and everything. There was no fear. He didn't care whether we are Americans, we are Cameroonians, we are Tanzanians, South Africans, Sudanese, or Nigerians, Senegalese, or whatever, Lusophones or Francophones. He didn't care, but he used his talent and that African way of speaking, of connecting, of mindset. We were just acting as people of African origin. And now, let us not put our energy in fighting the other people. It's very cautious because if we put our energy, our caution in insulting, in fighting these people, it doesn't increase us a bit each. But let's remind ourselves of the danger that they may cause. But let's be strategically to advance in the way we want to advance. The job is to educate ourselves, to occupy the spaces, and to make sure that by the time they wake up from slumber, where their countries and their continent and countries will become a museum, where we go there and say, oh, here, the revolution. That's where, by the time they wake up, we will have developed a united and integrated Africa that is diaspora where we can move from one place to another. Now it takes me to the biggest challenge of this commission. You heard about Cameroon. Let's negotiate with Cameroon to have the citizenship. You heard about Senegal. Let's go. You heard about Gambia. Let's go. And then you heard Manamingo saying that her DNA showed that she came from 5 different countries. Shows you. So she has to finish with Cameroon, goes to Baranta, Guinea, and goes to I don't know wherever they went, the Wondos, and so on and so forth. Is that a feasible and long-term solution for everyone diaspora to do figure when you go out and start moving around? So that takes me to there's a single document, and that's where the High Council should be working. Why we ask for full integrations of all those in the continent, we should be looking at a unconditional document that permits people to move around Africa. So when teams and you guys are bringing investment in Africa, they call us full integration. They need to create us a space where at the beginning with this document we can move around without visa. That is easier to have. That is very easier to have. Ethiopia uses what's called the yellow card. So because the Minister of Foreign Affairs will give you special status, if they could give special status to UN diplomat and so on, they could give it to African diaspora coming back, facilitating, going around, until we figure out the missing puzzle where the African passport becomes useful for everyone. If they say they don't know how to use the African passport, now the diasporas are organized. They give us the conditions, and then we now prepare the diasporas to the High Council, and then they can now access those African passports. Since it's an African passport, anybody who holds an African passport could go to any country that they wish. At the moment, few presidents and few dignitaries own this passport. So I think that strategically, we will have to lobby through ambassadors and honorable consulate to understand our need. And for us to tell them it makes no sense to come to your country, and then every 3 months I take this money, I don't give to you people, I don't create job for young people, I give it to airline just to go back to the US, drink some water, meet some friends, share some pictures of Mozungus and Babungus, and then come back to the continent and continue again. We need to show them that it is counterintuitive. Yeah. Okay? So if you get to these guys and you start insulting, shouting, and do that, it doesn't help. As some of my African American mentors once told me, persistent, consistent, and respect. We know what we want. Every time we ask the same thing, and we should be consistent in what we ask, and then we should be in a respectful manner, because in Africa, we have respectful people. Okay? So I want to thank you, Madam, for, yes, asking your question.
Okay, so we're here in Mozambique. I know we can't tackle an ocean. We can tackle little, get things done. So in Mozambique, those diasporans that are born outside of Mozambique, do they get dual citizenship if they come back? Or can they get dual citizenship through their fathers? I'm asking, I don't know.
Do you know?
Yes. Yes or no?
Mozambique law does not allow dual citizenship.
Oh,
yes.
I wanted to get dual citizenship for myself because I got South African residency. But in order for me to get the South African passport, I have to renounce the Mozambican citizenship.
So, I wanted to respond to this question because, so, all around, if we continue, I know there are reasons for dual citizenship, but if you go philosophically, if you accept a dual citizenship, then you accept the colonial boundaries that were kept, which is fine. We have to be pragmatic. But if you say give us a spatial statute, a spatial statute could be given. And we were fighting in Cameroon, the Anglophone, the Northwest, the Anglophone. Others are where the skin is one day. What was nothing in there. If you want to get especially country, country,
That is, can you turn?
just so this is what we have decided. Asking everywhere. Why you think the food still when it exists? Ideal when is based on I think this issue is that this issue you know, the limitation. Those who give government money, because the way you know what is give them let's say Brazil should have a special waiting for this. I think should give us very short. Okay.
And then Eden, beautiful families coming together from near and far. And yeah, my name is Steve. I know Ben and I was I wanted to look for most importantly when we talk about we want old school, it's the old school that we do. What's we must not so we are very those who have the association this time with you and we are so grateful that you are with us. I don't know, let us share through your network, share the links so that we could discuss on these topics. We are looking forward to our colleagues here to help these young people that are. I hope that tomorrow, in this small breakout session, we will have to sit together.
Number one.
And then we
Yo.
halfway in
Yo hili ba. Ya terminamos. Yo de los 10 minutos.
What are the things that we love tomorrow to why we do so that we do also
Those online, open your camera. Everybody online, make sure that the light is online, the light is coming from your face. It becomes very difficult. Make sure please want to take a picture with everybody. So could you, yes, open your cameras, Mananingo, I'm seeing some, yes, open your cameras, make sure with some slides we're seeing Laura H, please, could you, Mavi, could you, please, could you open the camera so we could see your faces? Emmanuel Melon, merci beaucoup d'avoir venu. Si le derrière est bien, ouvrez votre caméra pour qu'on puisse prendre une photo.
CJ was to do a spoken word.
So, CJ?
Yeah, CJ.
CJ, today we still expect you to do the last spoken word so everybody could hear. Yes, I could see Pat Headley. Good to see you. I could see Morgan. Morgan is still there. Oh God, Morgan, you're in the car. Be careful, Morgan. I'm seeing Morgan is driving and we see. So please, you are the future. This is what you guys have been doing. Let's allow CJ. CJ, you did a wonderful thing yesterday for us. And please, before you go, CJ will try to take us through a wonderful journey, soul-searching journey. And there is engineering consultant and training, GCE, TCC, Inc. Please make sure the light comes from in front so we can take the pictures. Fine, I can see, yes, Emmanuel, we can see you, that's good. Good, so are you taking the pictures already?
The last one.
Yes, the last one. So we see, thank God I can see the two ladies, yes, they are also there. Fine, we are getting it. So CJ, as you did yesterday, let's get one of the masterpiece. And CJ, please, if you don't mind, we want to put that piece in the report, final report, so that generation upon generation will understand that the business model of refugees has to be retaught. Thank you. Let's clap for CJ, please.
And get back on the remake.
Good evening, family. Thank you so much for that blessing. I'm for a call. It was so unexpected. But of course, I will share again with you and those today. Take me home. Where is mother? I want to go home. I want to hear her song for me. Play on her drum. I want to dance with my brothers. Watch them celebrate their light. Teach the pattern to my sisters for the rain to come at night. My back is broken, torn with flesh. My hands stiff, carrying the weight of my master's children and tasks, fights of resistance in the night. Where is Baba? I want to go home. I want to catch fish and play with him. Soar in the sky on his shoulders. Help me pick my favorite fruit. Hear the stories of my heroes and sheroes. Take us on adventures in the forest. Give me direction. Let me hide in his protection. I want to go home to my Nanya's kitchen. I can hear her pounding cassava. I can smell her stew. I can feel her bosom nestling me in her tight embrace. She takes my hand to visit the sacred grounds of our ancestors, sharing with me their names, their stories, the ways of our tribes, passing down our traditions, the rites of passage, her wisdom. I want to go home. In this land, I am afraid. My children do not survive the womb of this new land. Sentenced to premature life and death. The elders are cast down, out and forgotten. Femininity is violated. Masculinity is disintegrated. Humanity exploited. In this land, we are sick. The water and the soil is poison. Healing is experimental and experimentation is mandatory. Medicine is food, falsehood is education, and fiction, history. I want to go home. In this land, we see only the emergence and poverty and conflict of our past home. Our most vulnerable brothers and sisters extracted in the business model of refugee rescue, replacing us in the occupation of domestic work, funneling them through the system of separation and isolating us one from the other. I want to go home, yet I pursue, I gather, I unite with them in song. I have placed balm on the wound. I have bound my bleeding wound. I have watered my garden and bathed my children with tears. With the seeds from their land, I have nourished, I am them. I have anointed my head with red palm and shame. I have joined them in original worship. We pray now, today, I with them. I will fly, drive, walk, or swim. I will press until the final meat of mother's rich soil shall have touched my feet. I want to go home. Take me to another place. Take me to another land. Help me forget all that's hurt me. Help me understand your plan. Take me to another place. Take me to another land. Help me forget all that hurt me. Help me understand your plan. Won't you take me in? Thank you.
CJ, we thank you. That's for the African spirit. And it's an assignment. We can't wait until we get home. It's an assignment. The High Council does not need to sleep because there are many people who want to go home. And it's an assignment that it's an assignment that everybody has to work hard so that people should go home, stay home, live in home, be at home. And we are so grateful, CJ, and for all those who at this very moment have spent approximately 15 hours to be with us. It shows that we need you. There will be a lot of people that will be coming back to deviate us from the progress that we are doing. We are pleading that let's move on to actions. Let's move toward goes to the commissions. CJ will look for people in the diasporas that and also in the continent that we could make a video clip or whatever demonstration, so we can have the millions of likes and likes and likes, and it could be one of our mottos of the high councils. So let's figure out, let's think in, let's reflect on how that peace could be reflected through all your artists and everything, so that we could use all the type of things to demonstrate that peace. We said, CJ, we are on PH2, so let's just do it. Reflect on how we could do that. Look for people, the type of, we have them in the diasporas and in the continent. Let's see which images we need and so on. Let's get those images, and maybe this will be one of our sound bites of the High Council. Home, sweet home, take me home. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you. I want to thank our sister Mary, big man, and I want to call on the elders, our mother, to come here and give us the ancestral blessings and prayers for us to close this beautiful day. As a matter of fact, she is in 5 days' time, she's 90 years, and she has proven that Madame Dundo, she has broken your record. She has spent more than 50 years. She came in the 1960s, and again, she has her book out there. And anybody who wants to get this book, make sure you get it. We will be able to share her experience, because some of these books are important to make sure that we can show the good examples of people who overcame chains and boundaries and still they rise. They are still rising, so ma'am, if you don't mind, so that the camera can take you. It's too late, but I want those online to see her again. 90 years in 5 days. She's been here in the continent, and she did not want to stay online. She wanted to be here in Africa, because she thinks that 20 years of the Article 3 cure and the launching of the High Council, she wanted to replace and stand beside the husband that believed in her and brought her to the continent, as well as the others like Dr. Thompson that stood beside us with the High Council's mother.
And Sister Kim.
And Sister, so we want you again, thank Sister Kim. Sister Kim, keep going. So with all the young people that came today, Sister Kim, you guys did a great thing. Our representative from the ECOSOC actually went called the young people from different associations, and those are journalists here that are doing everything, sending the messages. I want to appeal. Yes, of course, Sister Bella, she's Mother Bella, that one she's organizing and so on. But for today, we want to appeal in all of you to go on Twitter, everything, tweet, send the link, share pictures, tell people it has happened. And now they should join the moving train. So we want you guys to be the journalists ourselves. We have to write our stories, tell our stories, make our friends to know about it, and that what is happening has come to stay, and they should join the different commissions in that. So I want to request that we all stand up and allow you request that the daughter, the granddaughter, and the grandson come. Okay, what we do is all the children stand with them behind. Everybody, the girls come with, everybody goes behind. Just come. Yes, come behind the man. Yes, come.
Frank, vai Cam.
It's fine. So those online, I hope you join us, but it's close already. She wants to make a prayer, blessings, and everything from her sharing. Move over, please. Bill, nobody is discriminated. If you discriminate yourself, you know why you're discriminating yourself.
Some women are never too much together.
Yes.
What is today's date again? July 12th. 10 days from now, I
Hello.
would have arrived in Africa
Oi.
July the 22nd.
Bem,
1962.
que bom.
How many years is that?
Que bom.
62. I arrived in Ghana,
Ela tá em casa. Ok.
I have now
Compraram.
this microphone. I can speak louder.
Restou trocos.
What a privilege it has been. I repeat,
Nem pode restar trocos.
July, literally the 18th, I arrived in
É meu troco.
Ghana, 1962, and I have never left Africa, except that I've been around the world, but I've always come home. And I know with absolute certainty, and this I want everybody listening abroad, especially in the promised lands of America, England, Holland, what have you, to know that my husband said to me, when we were together for 60 years, that God gave to Africa one home, and that was Africa. That there is no other home for us, but it's a good home. It's an abundant home. There's a place for all of us. And there is still much to do. I thank God for the ability not only to serve well, to live well, but with increasing families and members who love me. In 4 months, I have been in 4 African countries. And at each of these, I've had the opportunity to make the same plea, that there are no other places, that we are really where we ought to be. I've lived in America, I've lived in Europe, I literally have traveled around the world. And yet, coming home, as I remember my husband right now, who is at peace in his comfort in Uganda, that one day I too shall be in this side. And so what a privilege it's been that you've given us an audience to speak today, that I have passed the baton. I can feel as you with all of these different generations. And then there's one behind me, he's called a university intern. That means I'm passing not the baton to the granddaughter, but I also have some grandsons. And between a man and a woman, I have a future. One of my sons is mama. You better pray. That is fair God. Part of it. So many times we talk about ancestors. And in the West, so many times it's understood. It's okay to talk about the Mzungu's, angels, saints, but it is a sham. You're telling us that in your heaven, they're not only brothers and sisters, they're also the mates of God, but one day we shall be together. Father God, God of all, God of Africa, thank and praise you for one day we shall be in the promised land, and it will be right here on earth, for you have given us Africa. And we praise your name for that. In Christ's name we pray. Amen. Now, shall we
So, sister, we got no idea. Yeah, we've been here all day. We've been here all day. Get it. Old, Tyree is old now.